If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 1, Nonsensical Biology. This is such bullshit, the professor sighed, running his hands through his hair, looking at the results on one of the many lab systems. Bullshit that can potentially make companies a lot of money, Grant mumbled behind him in his usual monotone voice while he went through the information displayed on the screen. Bullshit, that can help a lot of people, you mean, the professor grumbled in response, drinking some water to appease his parched throat. Only if you choose to look at it that way. True, but we aren't any closer to uncovering its secrets, are we? False, we've ruled out a lot of possibilities. This result just cut out another. I'd say we're a few years to achieving a breakthrough, Grant consoled his professor, taking a seat next to him. It's been only a few months for you, Grant, so it isn't surprising that you're taking this well, the professor sighed once more, standing up. I've spent 7 years on this project without having anything to show for it. Something that people can use, I mean. What about the paper you published on regeneration pathways? I read that and practically worshipped it. It deepened the understanding of non-coding DNA immensely. I'm certain your name will be in textbooks, he frowned. That isn't enough for the bastards who fund this shit. They want something with more substance, the professor quoted the air. Substance as in? Yes. Money, the professor snorted and rubbed his forehead. No interest in furthering human understanding. None. It's always about goddamn money. So, you aren't gonna abandon it, right? You've put so much effort into this. We've already ruled out epimorphosis. Hydras seem to regenerate via a mixture of morphollaxis and compensatory regeneration. We just need to figure out the mechanisms, he said tentatively, hoping that his thesis project and internship weren't going to go down the drain. The professor looked conflicted. Hesitating for a moment before slumping his shoulders in resignation. I need some time alone. Just clean up the place, will you? I'll buy you dinner in return, he said before walking out of the lab, bottle in hand. Well, shit, Grant sighed as the door swung shut. Life wasn't looking so good. He once believed that regeneration biology was the next big thing. That the next medical breakthrough that would revolutionize human medicine would be the ability to regenerate tissue. From meager skin cells and epithelial cells to even neurons. That would not only render most neurological conditions such as Alzheimer's easy to fix but would make physical disabilities fixable. If one was being a bit more optimistic, perhaps a solution to deteriorating telomeres could be found, making people as close to biologically immortal as possible. Is it truly that impossible? Grant murmured to himself, looking at the computer screen once more. After completing his year as a freshman at his college, he immediately applied for an internship under the professor of regeneration biology and cell signaling. There wasn't a problem with securing the internship as he had stellar grades in courses that mattered, but the material that he worked with was not what he expected. The professor was a highly intelligent man and greatly experienced in the work that he did. Years ago, he had once tried to use axolotls as a model to study their regeneration and had made great progress in mapping out regeneration pathways, but was forced to halt his research due to ethical concerns. Axolotls were named an endangered species midway through his research, which forced him to stop and switch to the tiny animal that was the hydra. The hydra displayed a far more efficient and powerful method of regeneration, compared to the water lizards, but it was much harder to pinpoint the mechanisms of their regeneration and the proteins manufactured in their cells. That resulted in the professor's work screeching to a halt and moving at a snail's pace. The hydra's mechanisms were just like its namesake, stubborn and seemingly unending. Well, I'm getting paid either way, Grant shrugged before carefully stowing away the slides and sterilizing the equipment. That evening, in the empty cafeteria. You're doing what now? Grant said in disbelief, staring at the professor who enthusiastically ate his slice of pizza as if he hadn't just said the most shocking thing. The professor raised his head quizzically, before frowning at Grant's disapproving look. Seriously, Grant? Worried about ethics, are you? Don't you understand the poten? I don't give a rat's ass about ethics, sir, Grant interrupted, his sandwich forgotten. I'm worried about the consequences. Going back to axolotls for research is a stupid decision. Firstly, getting your hands on an axolotl is going to be infinitely harder. Moreover, publishing your research is going to get you in jail. Why not shift to a different model? Planaria, sea anemones. So many possible models. But my research will still be used, won't it? The professor pointed out, his mouth full of pizza. As for the models, I am most familiar with the axolotl. I could get something of substance in a few months at most. I will change human medicine as we know it. You would sacrifice your freedom for this? Your life? What makes you think your research will be used in the first place? Grant asked. If the Nuremberg trials help, then I don't see why my research won't, the professor shrugged. Still worried? Worried that you're now comparing yourself to Nazis? Yes, Grant chuckled. Listen. I'm just as interested in furthering the research, but I don't think the price is worth it. Moreover. Grant narrowed his eyes, it isn't like you to take such a risk. Not when the possibility of success is so uncertain. Did you really come up with this crazy plan? The professor looked him in the eyes before shifting his gaze to his pizza, sighing in the process. Yes. He narrowed his eyes further, really. Professor stared at him unblinkingly for a few seconds before succumbing to his scrutiny. They were the ones who told me to do it. Grant frowned. Who? Those bastards I told you about. The investors? They promised to get you out of jail. Bingo. They're gonna throw you under the bus, you know. They aren't going to stick their neck out for you, Grant said, growing more worried. At this point, I don't care, Grant, the professor said, looking somewhat deflated. I can't abandon something I've spent almost a decade on. Something so important. You don't have to abandon it, Grant argued. Give it a couple of years and we'll have something concrete. Investors don't see it that way. Uneducated assholes, the lot of them. They're gonna cut funding. Yeah, the professor sighed before looking at Grant. And I can't ask you to be a part of it, so it'll have to be goodbye. This month's pay will be in advance. Take it as an apology for springing this on you. Grant's eyes widened in surprise, wanting to argue, but his rationality won him over and he nodded. He should have seen this coming, seeing the sheer disappointment in his professor's gaze this morning. He was looking at a man at the edge of despair. He stood up, picked up his half-eaten sandwich, and extended his free hand across the table. The professor gave him a sad smile before clasping his hand in a firm handshake. You were the best intern I ever had, you know. The Hydra model would have been even more inscrutable without you. A pity the research would go down the drain. Grant nodded, but before he could leave, he decided to mess with the professor just a tiny bit. You know that you made me an accomplice the moment you told me about the axolotl, right? He said, a grin slowly gracing his face. The color immediately drained from the professor as the thought of ruining the career of an immensely intelligent student sprung up in his head. But that's only if you blab about it. I'll keep my mouth shut on my side. See you, Grant said, waving at the professor and heading for the door. Hey! Wait! What do you mean? The rustling of the grass cut through the silence of the night while the trees gently swayed in the wind. And among the mixture of plant life was a comfy mattress upon which a young man lay, his head full of brown hair resting on a cold pillow. Grant's pupils reflected the night sky in all its unpolluted glory. The Milky Way was splayed across the black canvas, displaying nature's beauty at its finest. Stars shimmered, planets rotated in their divine trajectories, and galaxies swirled in on themselves in an eternal dance with the black hole at its center. He was in the middle of the largest park in his college, which was located in quite a remote place due to their astrophysics course and stargazing club. He shouldn't really sleep here, as there was a curfew at 1 a.m. However, a combination of him having the highest CGPA ever and bribing the security guard with his favorite sweets let him get away with it. This'll never get old, he mumbled to himself, getting lost in the view, which was a welcome relief from the absolute disappointment of a day he'd had. Feeding radioactive amino acids to the Hydra to figure out the composition of its proteins was an absolute failure. His internship had been cancelled and his favorite professor was going to end up in jail sooner or later. Hope he does complete the research, though, he thought, slowly nodding off to sleep. Would be kinda cool to regrow your arm if you get it cut off. Like that villain guy in the comics. Who was it? Lizard? Dumbass name. Grant lightly snorted before falling asleep, dreaming away. Little did he know, as the stars twinkled in their heavenly homes, as he slipped into slumber, that his life would be forever changed. Chapter 2, A Marvel Welcome. Bang! A fist slammed into Grant's jaw the moment he woke up, causing him to lose his balance and fall back, his head slamming onto the floor below. What the foo *K, he exclaimed, disoriented, as he opened his eyes to be met with a highly blurry world. Can't take a punch, Parker, spat a blurry blob before him. Parker, Grant thought while trying to sit up and think through the pain. His head was pounding and a bruise was probably forming on his lower jaw. He had woken up standing, which was odd enough, but getting sucker punched in the face took the cake. Did someone mistake him for someone else? Was he abducted while he slept? Why would anyone do that? Was it related to the investors? Did they want to take care of loose ends? Why call him Parker though? Why was everything so blurry? Questions sprang up in droves, but his assailant didn't give him time to process the weirdness that he was going through. Pathetic Parker, the aggressor sang in a distinctly male voice before ramming his foot into Grant's stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Fu *ku, Grant growled, pain filling him at the second show of needless violence. He had no idea why this man was hitting him, but it couldn't continue. He felt weak. His previously fit and healthy body was replaced by a far more frail and feeble one. But while his body seemed to have downgraded, his mind seemed to be on steroids. His thoughts seemed to flow so much more smoothly, ideas and concepts were far more vivid. He could remember what he ate on Christmas Eve 7 years ago as clear as day. He could almost feel the taste of the pasta on his tongue. If he went back to his research, he could probably devise 10 methods instead of the previous 2 for figuring out Hydra regeneration. He was far smarter than before. What did they do to me? Grant thought in trepidation. He did not feel like himself and his lack of proper eyesight was bothering him. Oh, the man said in surprise. You seem to have grown some ba. Flash, someone shouted from behind Grant and he heard multiple quick footsteps from behind him. Peter, a feminine voice called out in worry. What? We're just having a conversation, his assailant said. Conversation, the second man growled, walking past him. You lay a hand on him one more time, and my father shall hear about this. A second later, the sound of a resounding slap reached Grant's ears, who managed to sit up while clutching his stomach. Everything was still blurry, but he could make out that he was in a hall with what seemed like lockers next to him. A school perhaps. Why did the girl call me Peter? Wait, Peter Parker. Flash, Grant's heart skipped a beat, but he dared not make any assumptions just yet, though it would perfectly explain why he felt he could slam dunk on Einstein in terms of intelligence. He would make sense of this sorcery in a safe and calm environment without people sucker punching him. For now, he would go with the flow. 2 hands with surprising strength grabbed his shoulders, hoisting him up, and another shoved what seemed to be spectacles into one of his hands. Thanks, Grant said, still reeling from the pain. Was the eyesight issue due to his lack of spectacles? Damn, he really was in a new body. Once he slid his unusually thick and round glasses on, the world's clarity went back to normal, which meant he could now see the blonde girl staring at his face with concern. Her beautiful blue irises were scrunched up in worry, and behind her was another beautiful redhead with a similar expression. Going to run to your daddy, Harry? Can't face me like a man. Ah yes, the foo *cur who attacked me, Grant thought, turning around to see what seemed to be a 17-year-old boy confronting his assailant, Flash, who loomed over him but was rubbing his cheek in pain. Harry, his supposed savior, snorted and turned around to look at Grant and the girls. Get a load of this guy. Mr. Manly Man over here. Smack. Harry's hand blurred as it smashed into Flash's cheek once more. You, Flash spluttered in indignation and riled up a fist that seemed to be able to cave Harry's face in. You're gonna hit me, Harry chuckled. Come on, I dare you to do it. You don't have the balls. You touch one hair on my head, and your life is over. Flash's now red face twitched before he turned on his heel and stomped away, huffing in anger. This isn't over, he growled. Doubt that's the last time I'll see him, Grant thought. It's not only me, you so much as go near Peter, and the same thing happens to Shabag, Harry called after him and turned around, looking at Grant with a worried expression. His brown hair was neatly combed and a black leather jacket covered his sturdy form. It was evident from the gold ring on his pinky and the expensive watch that he was from a wealthy family. He mentioned his father. And his name, Harry? It's Oscorp, isn't it? This is surreal. No, process this later. This is no time for a panic attack, Grant thought, but was interrupted by the blonde girl, who he assumed was Gwen Stacy, waving her hands in front of him. Peter? Can you hear us? She asked anxiously. You remember us, don't you? Yeah, Grant began, but was once again interrupted by Harry, who walked up to him and began examining his eyes and snapping his fingers next to his ears. Feeling confused? Don't like the noise? Feeling dizzy? Harry questioned. Stop that, he grumbled, pushing Harry's hands away. That isn't how you check for a concussion. It's him, all right, the redhead, who was probably Mary Jane Watson, chuckled. She wore a black shirt while a brown jacket hung on her arm. You sure you're okay? You hit your head really hard there, Gwen muttered, eyeing his bruise. She looked more like the Gwen Stacy in the comics than the animated, movie version. A white baggy hoodie hid her form and her free blonde hair came down to her shoulders. She dressed a little different than the studious, genius student on Earth, 616, but 616 Peter Parker didn't have to wear such thick spectacles either. It was easy to guess that he was in one of the many, infinite universes of Marvel. Moreover, just what version of Peter Parker was this? He sensed none of his defining superpowers. No super strength, speed, or the infamous spy day sense. Did he not get bitten yet? Will he ever gain powers in this alternate version? I'm fine, Grant waved her off. Just need to catch my breath. Besides, if I hit my head hard enough to cause any form of amnesia, I'll probably be on the ground foaming at the mouth. Harry's face lit up and he smacked Grant's shoulder, which made him slightly wince. His skinny body really wasn't in the best of shape. You really should eat more, Pete, Harry said, smacking his shoulder once more, which got him a death glare from Gwen. I think we've troubled Peter enough, MJ interjected, slipping her hand into Harry's. We have our pre-boards and we all need to study. Harry's face deflated as if he were reminded of his encroaching death, which was odd as he was quite intelligent in the comics. Alternate reality, Grant thought to himself. Wonder what else is different. Wait, pre-boards? I haven't been bitten even though I'm 17 years old. Well, see you tomorrow. My dad will kill me if I fail. Take care, Pete, and don't die to autophagy, Harry sighed before walking off with MJ. Grant frowned before calling after him. Autophagy is not a synonym for starvation. It's the process of reusing old and damaged cell parts. Whatever, by honored. And thanks for the help with Flash. No problem, Harry shouted back before turning out of the hallway. Why are the hallways so empty? Grant asked as Gwen dragged him by the shoulder in a vice grip. After grabbing his things from his locker, she wordlessly dragged him through the school halls towards the exit. He passed by a few empty classrooms, occasionally spotting a janitor or a few students lurking in the back. Are you playing dumb, Peter? School got over a half hour ago. You didn't show up, so Harry went looking for you, she said exasperatedly, shaking her pretty face at him. Oh. You should see a doctor too. Grant snorted as he adjusted his school bag. I'll be fine. It's just a bruise. It's about the concussion. I don't have a concussion, he retorted. He had no idea about his financial status and didn't know whether he could afford a visit to the doctor. He hadn't inherited the memories of Peter, which was a shame, as he would pinpoint the oddities in the universe far more readily. Moreover, regaining his bearing was a priority. He was staving off the panic and fear that came with being dropped in a fictional world, but that dam was beginning to crack. I'll pay, Gwen said, refusing to back down. I need to make sure you're okay. He faltered for a second before sighing, fine. I'll go, but not now. You have something to do, she frowned. Yet. Is that something why you've been acting weird lately? Gwen questioned, pushing open the exit and revealing the bustling streets of New York. People crossed the road with reckless abandon and numerous shops and stalls lined the pathway. Cars, trucks, motorcycles, bikes and more could be seen crowding the small road. Acting weird? Grant asked, intrigued while enjoying the evening sun beating down on his face. He was very much eager to know more about the world he had been unceremoniously dropped into and the person whose mind he had been shoved into. Playing dumb again, are we? Are you sure you don't have amnesia? Gwen crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. Grant sighed, I know I don't have amnesia, Gwen. My name isn't Gwen, the blonde girl suddenly said, and he froze. It wasn't Gwen. Foo *k. Amnesia is the only explanation I can give, Grant thought furiously. I actu. Had. I'm just messing with you, Gwen chortled, looking at his twitching face before raising a hand at a taxi. That wasn't funny, Grant said in indignation. It was, Gwen grinned and dragged him to the yellow car that had stopped before the road that was in front of their school that was named Midtown High. It was definitely the fictional school that Peter Parker attended in the Marvel comics. More confirmation of his new identity. Does my expression emanate joy right now? He grumbled, climbing in the taxi. No. I still laughed though. Grant stretched in the back seat while looking out the window. Gwen had asked the taxi driver to take them to her house in Forest Hill, and since she hadn't asked him for his own address, he assumed that he lived relatively close by. He'd never been to New York before in his old world, which meant that the scenery outside was new to him. Old world. Was he dead back there? Even if he was, did it matter? After all, there was nobody to truly grieve for him, except perhaps the professor whom he'd only known for half a year. The security guard might too, given he won't be receiving any free sweets. I really was a proper 5-star introvert, wasn't I? Grant thought bitterly, a little despondent at the fact that he hadn't lived his life to the fullest. Instead, burying his head into his studies, and in college, his research. Even still, I just wish I could have figured out the secret behind regeneration. Well, given Peter's brain, I could complete it in this reality too. You really don't want to tell me why you were acting differently the past few days? Harry in particular was quite worried about you, you know. Gwen, who was sitting next to him, spoke, putting a halt to his thoughts. How different exactly? Gwen sighed. You didn't top the test we had 3 days back. You disappear after school when you usually come back with me, and you don't turn up for PT. Odd, the fact that Peter managed to not top the test meant that he was highly distracted while writing it, as there was no way he could unwillingly not score full unless someone whacked him on the back of the head in the middle of the test. Disappearing after school meant that he was doing something that he didn't want his friends to know about. But why? They didn't seem the type to ridicule him for having a sick aunt or the like. Was it something he was doing out of self-interest? Hello, getting lost in thought again? It's the second time in the last 15 minutes. I'm getting more sure of your concussion, Gwen pouted after waving her hand. You got an answer for me, or are you just going to stare into space? I don't really have a satisfactory answer for you, Grant began, but was cut off when the side of the building they were passing exploded. Boom! Reinforced concrete was shredded like cheese when the building exploded into a ball of flames. Ha ha ha! Ghost Spider ain't here in the mornin' to stop me, a voice boomed right when a humanoid figure burst through the flames in one of the weirdest outfits Grant had ever seen. He wore what seemed to be an orange quilt that covered his body from head to toe, preventing his identity from getting leaked, and a pitch-black exosuit that covered his chest and parts of his legs. The aforementioned exosuit seemed to be vibrating at a high frequency, making it appear blurred and at the same time allowing the man to levitate 10 feet above the ground. His hands and forearms were engulfed by high-tech silver gauntlets that repeatedly emitted high-frequency, visible shockwaves through the air that propelled him forward at a respectable speed. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo, the man, whom Grant recognized as the minor comic book villain Shocker, whooped in joy as he shot through the streets with a large bag, most probably filled with money, while leaving destruction in his wake. The shockwaves from Shocker's gauntlets were highly destructive, flattening cars and the people inside them as if they were clay and making the road ripple as though it was water, making vehicles that had escaped the initial wave smash into each other. Synopsis, their driver swore as the road beneath the car turned fluid, sending it barreling toward a hardware store. Was the last thought that went through Grant's mind as he saw death approaching with its gleaming scythe. But just before he could be sent flying through the windshield to be flattened into a human pancake, a pair of hands grabbed him and pulled him out of the car with lightning speed. Moreover, instead of landing on hard concrete and inevitably cracking his head, he landed on something soft. Someone actually. Shit, he swore, adjusting his spectacles that were slightly cracked, which led to him seeing 4 Gwen Stasses whose faces were a few inches from his and whose arms were around him, holding him in a tight grip. You okay? She asked as if she hadn't done something completely superhuman. Chapter 3, Questionable Decoration. You okay? Gwen asked, as if she hadn't done something completely superhuman. Why yeah, I guess, Grant stuttered and attempted to sit up but failed miserably as her arms were like metal bands that simply refused to budge. You sure? She asked once more, examining him for injuries. I am. I really am. He reassured her, trying his best to not appear flustered at the odd position he found himself in. So, can you let me go? Ah. She squeaked and promptly released him before scuttling back, her cheeks now tinged red. Damn, these spectacles are ruined, Grant grumbled, ignoring the terrified screams of the people around him and inspecting his right lens, which was cracked beyond repair. The fact that he was practically blind without them didn't help his mood whatsoever. He sighed and looked up, only to find Gwen missing. However, he quickly spotted her helping their driver out of the now ruined taxi that had run through the store and was even comforting its terrified salesperson. What she did back there was thoroughly superhuman. Enhanced reflexes to react in a fraction of a second and super strength to break open a locked car door with ease. She responded with enough calmness that it suggested either high-intensity situations were familiar to her, or she had anticipated the danger and acted accordingly. Or both. Grant shrugged, remembering that Shocker had shouted out the name Ghost Spider. If what he remembered was right, which it probably was given Peter's brain, he was royally screwed. His earlier hope of getting bitten by a radioactive spider and gaining superpowers was never going to happen. It's not that the spider had never existed, but that it had bitten someone else. Ghost Spider, hey, Grant thought morosely, as he watched Gwen carry an injured man to safety with surprising ease. In the universe of Spider-Gwen in the comics, Gwendolyn A. Maxine Stacy, or Gwen Stacy, had been bitten instead of Peter Parker. She had donned the persona of the Ghost Spider to explore her powers and have fun, but a tragic event in her life spurred her into pursuing heroism far more seriously. And the tragic event is me, Peter Parker, dying in her arms, Grant thought dryly. Foo *K. Inspired by the famous New York street hero, aka Spider-Woman, Peter Parker of Earth 65 wanted to make something of himself. His bullying only spurred his thirst for power and he eventually synthesized the lizard serum which would let him achieve what he wanted. Unfortunately, the serum was not perfect and when Parker took it prematurely, it affected his brain which made him descend into madness and go on a murder-filled rampage. Gwen was forced to stop him, and he eventually died in her arms, spurring her advent into heroism. It's her canon event. Grant thought worriedly, his heart slowly climbing up his throat. He really hoped that this multiverse wasn't the Spider-Verse, aka the arachno-human poly-multiverse, as his existence would put the entire world in jeopardy, which would kill him in return. He half expected Miguel O'Hara, Spider-Man 2099, to tear through the fabric of reality and rip him apart in the name of preserving the canon. Happy thoughts, he chanted as he regained footing on his wobbly feet and glanced to the side, where he found Gwen gazing at the ravaged road and buildings, anguish evident in her eyes. The street lay in ruins, with numerous cars destroyed. Shops had been reduced to rubble, and lives had been lost. All of them had families, people who would be devastated at their passing. So much death and desolation caused by a mere B-list villain in Spider-Man's rogue gallery. What of the city-level, continental, planetary, and cosmic threats that loomed around the corner? Human life? No, life is fragile in this universe. Far more fragile and yet more commonplace than my previous world. Galaxies and star sectors teeming with life, he thought as he saw a man cry over his wife and kids' crushed bodies. To be one among trillions in a universe among infinite others. It is to be unimportant. To be too small to be of consideration. The multiverse is a big place, whatever happens, I will not be missed. The feeling of insignificance only grew in Grant's heart as sirens sounded in the distance. He couldn't hope for a radioactive spider to drop from the sky and bite him to give him some modicum of security. He had to make it himself, lest he get pathetically killed in the crossfire. Was this why Peter wished for power? Or was it just the blind admiration of a hero? Grant thought gloomily as numerous ambulances and NYPD cars pulled up near the trashed street. Gwen! Are you hurt? A voice suddenly boomed from one of the cars. One that Gwen found familiar. Her dismal face lit up as she looked at a large, burly man stepping out of one of the many police cars, dressed in all black NYPD police gear. His biceps were the size of Grant's thigh, and he looked as though he drank egg yolks as a replacement for water. This is totally not Earth 65. Captain Stacy isn't this buff in the comics. Grant thought in amusement. This universe was getting weirder and weirder. Dad! She exclaimed and ran into his embrace, her father's arms engulfing her small figure. I'm so glad you're okay, George Stacy said in relief, before looking at Grant. You too, Parker. Your aunt was worried about you when you didn't reach your house on time. Thanks for showing up, sir. Our ride got trashed midway, Grant smiled, pointing at the broken taxi, whose driver sat next to it with a defeated expression. I noticed, George chuckled before letting go of his daughter and looking at the taxi with a raised brow. Now that's a crashed car if I've ever seen one. He muttered and looked at Gwen. Both of you were in the back seat. Yeah, Gwen said nervously. George frowned. You sure neither of you has any broken bones? No. Really? No place where you feel pain? Dad, no. That doesn't make sense. The car was going quite fast, from the looks of it. Grant could see Gwen visibly pale at the question, so he decided to step in. Well, we wore seat belts. Gwen practically yelled, startling her father. Sorry, we wore seat belts. Seat belts. George looked at her in disbelief. But you never wear them in the BAC. Peter made me wear them, she said, looking at Grant with a please help me expression. Yeah, that's right. Just thought it would be safer, he complied, rubbing the back of his neck with fake embarrassment. It wasn't the best of explanations, but the NYPD officer seemed to buy it. George's face split into a wide smile upon hearing that. Now that's what I call a responsible young man. Why can't you be more like him, dear? Might save your life someday, he looked at his daughter. Not now, Dad, Gwen groaned. Let's go back home. I don't want to stay here anymore. Ah yes, George said, looking over his shoulder at his colleagues who were helping the injured. Just give me a few minutes. Asterisk. Grant waved Gwen and George goodbye as they drove their car into a relatively large house close by, while his supposed house was right before him. It had 2 stories and a fairly large garden of beautiful white flowers that extended past the gate and to the porch. The house was painted pure white, and its tiled roof was faded brown. It had a 1950s to 60s charm to it and a respectably large backyard. Parker isn't that broke in this universe, eh? Shocker, Grant thought to himself, chuckling at his poor attempt at a pun. He let himself in by unlocking the gate and made his way to the door. He had barely made it past the second knock before the door burst open, revealing a middle-aged woman who immediately pulled him into a hug. Where were you? She exclaimed into his shoulder as she squeezed the breath out of him. Ack. Can't breathe. Grant managed to squeak, which made the death grip loosen. I was so worried. May said, pulling back and looking at Grant's bruise and frowning. Did someone hit you? No, no one did. I got it in the car crash, he lied, noticing that Aunt May looked exactly like Marissa Tomei, who played her in the most recent Spider-Man movie. Makes more sense, I guess. She's Peter's aunt, not his grandmother. Car crash. May's eyes widened and practically screamed. Are you hurt? No. I swear I'm fine. Mr. Stacy made sure I was all right, Grant reassured her, getting a little tired of people fussing over him. They treated him like a cup of glass. Well, in retrospect, it wasn't unwarranted, given how unhealthy he was. Something he would fix. Ah, Mr. Stacy brought you back, did he? May visibly calmed at the mention of Captain Stacy's name. But are you sure you don't want Ben to call the doctor when he gets back from work? Uncle Ben. He's alive? Ah, yes, I ain't Spider-Man. I still need to gain more information ASAP though, Grant thought before shaking his head once more. It's good that you're fine, May sighed in relief. Now get inside and freshen up. I've left a few sandwiches next to that damn lizard. Make sure you eat all of them. Lizard. Grant thought in confusion but was practically shooed upstairs, past the living room, and towards his room. Make sure to eat the sandwiches. May's voice echoed once more from below. Apparently, this Peter Parker didn't exactly show up for mealtime. No wonder he was so skinny. Finally. I'm alone, Grant thought in relief, the dam that was repressing his panic beginning to crack once more. Let me get in my room first. He twisted the door handle and pushed into his room, only to be met with a scene he did not expect whatsoever. Well, now I know why Peter was acting weird. Chapter 4, An Incomplete File. Well, now I know why Peter was acting weird, Grant muttered, entering the room and closing the door behind him. It was a large room, far larger than the room Peter Parker usually had in the 616 universe or the movies. A small, standard 6*3 bed lay tucked into the corner, and another door on the side of one of the walls led to what probably was the bathroom. A gigantic desk took up most of the room with a couple of swiveling gaming chairs. A custom-built powerful PC that glowed with the infamous RGB, graced a corner of the crowded desk and the walls were very obviously soundproofed. It would have been a fairly normal room if it were not for the strew of highly complicated machines on the aforementioned desk that had to have cost a bloody fortune. Multiplex PCR, hot start PCR, long-range PCR, gene guns, petri dishes, a gigantic autoclave and multiple machines of recombinant technology. That wasn't even the end of it. A large transparent cupboard stood next to it, containing chemistry lab equipment, Bunsen burners, stands, test tubes, syringes, pipettes, beakers and more. The large fridge on the side had to have contained more temperature-sensitive equipment or samples. The most interesting part was that most of the expensive equipment had the logo of a large O with a small cut in between. The logo of Oscorp Industries. A plate of sandwiches sat next to the PC, which was just opposite of a jar with a lizard. A dead lizard. One that was embalmed in fluid and looked a little different than usual. It was 1/3 more than the usual size of a lizard and had more defined muscles and sharper claws. Even its scales were a bit darker than usual, but that may have to do with the embalming fluid. I'll deal with this later, Grant thought before relieving himself of his backpack and collapsing on the bed, the dam holding back his suppressed emotions crumbling. What the fuck *k, Grant muttered almost deliriously as he held his face, finally processing what had actually happened to him. This is real, he whispered, looking at the hands in front of him and lightly touching his bruise, feeling the ever-so-real pain pulsing from it. I'm actually in the Marvel Multiverse, he whispered, sitting up and looking at his drastically different body. And I've transmigrated into a Peter Parker, one of the most tortured characters, who's also destined to die. He stared at the ceiling. Damn. It took a few minutes for Grant to truly calm his erratic heart and gain control over his raging emotions. It would do him no good to get riled up, and it would lead to nothing productive. He never understood people who were consumed by emotions. Perhaps he was weird that way. He was in a hostile fictional world where he could get unalived any second, and he had to deal with it, whether he liked it or not. He had to take it in his stride, lest he die. First things first, I need to accept my identity, Grant thought. I cannot separate Grant and Peter, as they're one and the same. Perhaps the Peter of this body died when I entered, but now, I am him. Grant took a deep breath and closed his eyes, before opening them again. I am Peter Parker, Peter spoke. And I am not going to die. Asterisk. The second thing on my to-do list is to gain more information about what I was doing with my life and the world I live in, Peter thought before getting up and entering the bathroom. It was fairly spacious, with a bathtub, a shower, a toilet, and a place to wash your hands. A large mirror covered a part of the wall which he graciously used to inspect his new body. Still got the Peter charm, he muttered to himself, studying the new face before him. He was around 5'10", which was neither too short nor too tall. It was quite comically accurate. Messy brown hair, similar to Aunt May, hung down his forehead, and bright, hazel eyes could be seen through the unusually thick glasses he wore. Even his skinny physique couldn't hide the handsomeness that Peter Parker exuded, which wasn't surprising given the sheer amount of supermodels Spider-Man reeled in his comic run. Gwen Stacy, MJ, Black Cat, Silk, Liz Allen, Kitty Pryde, the list goes on. Genius-level intellect and good looks, Peter muttered. At least I have something to work with. He quickly took a much-needed shower and changed into cleaner clothes that he found in his wardrobe. Ah, I needed that, he sighed as he sank into one of the comfy chairs in his room before looking around him. Did he steal all this stuff? That was unlikely, as former Peter wasn't someone who would do such a thing, and stealing so much expensive shit for a megacorporation was practically impossible for a 17-year-old. He got up and walked around the room examining the equipment, marveling at its functions. Most of the machines were ones he recognized, he'd worked with them after all, but most of the recombinant technology was something he had never seen. Only more prolific people such as his former professor had the chance to work with it. Nucleic acid polymer technology, he whispered, a look of worship in his eyes when studying the biggest machine in the room. They were the core technology that allowed humans to manipulate and evolve DNA sequences. It included enzymes that could throw a middle finger at the usual 3,5-exonuclease activity, those that are fused with processivity-enhancing domains to improve speed and fidelity, and enzymes that have broad substrate specificity to allow incorporation of modified bases. There even was what seemed to be an improved version of the imitator that could rapidly produce synthetic proteins with amino acid chains up to 164 units long. No wonder Parker could achieve so much and even synthesize the lizard serum, he muttered. But why the foo *k would Oscorp gift Parker these? He went around the room, opening the numerous drawers of the large desk, revealing files upon files of papers that clearly were the product of Peter's work on genetics. He temporarily ignored them, though his inner scientist was bubbling with excitement, and proceeded to open the sixth and final drawer that had only one file titled Project Lizard, incomplete, and a large envelope. He picked up the envelope and outslid two letters, one large and one small. He read the larger one first while taking a bite of the ham sandwich to calm his growling stomach. Asterisk. Oscorp Industries. Norman Osborn, CEO. 123 Oscorp Tower. New York, New York 10001. January 13, 2007. Mr. Peter Benjamin Parker. 123 Main Street. Forest Hills, New York 10002. Dear Mr. Parker, I hope this letter finds you in good health and high spirits. It is with great pleasure that I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of Oscorp Industries for your remarkable discovery in the field of cancer research. Your recent breakthrough involving the study of cancer cells, achieved within the confines of a school laboratory, one that you sent us, has flabbergasted and frankly embarrassed our scientists. Your young scientific mind has possibly cracked the code to deal with cancer far more easily and efficiently. The pursuit of knowledge and innovation is at the very core of Oscorp's mission, and your passion for scientific exploration resonates deeply with our values. We believe that your findings hold immense promise in the fight against cancer, a battle that has touched the lives of countless individuals around the world. Your commitment to making a difference has not only captured our attention but also earned our respect. In light of your extraordinary achievement, I am pleased to inform you that Oscorp Industries is prepared to offer you a unique opportunity. We recognize your aspirations and wish to nurture your talent by supporting your educational journey. We are delighted to offer full funding for your college education, ensuring that you have the resources necessary to continue your pioneering research. The details regarding the scholarship and other jargon shall be sent to your guardians shortly. Furthermore, I understand that you have reservations about joining us at the Oscorp Labs directly during your final school years. We respect your decision and are more than willing to accommodate your request. We will have our team send the necessary laboratory equipment to your preferred location, as well as arrange for skilled technicians to assist you in setting up the equipment. We hope that the chemical you theorized can be perfected and synthesized by you with the aforementioned equipment by August 18, your graduation. Moreover, I am pleased to inform you that we have arranged for you to work closely with Dr. Kurt Connors, the head of our Department of Cancer Biology. His expertise and guidance will undoubtedly provide you with a rich learning experience that complements your research aspirations. You will have the opportunity to collaborate, learn, and contribute within a supportive environment that encourages the exchange of ideas and the pursuit of excellence. The laboratory equipment and our dedicated technicians will arrive at your designated location within the next 3 days. While we provide these resources to aid your education and research, we kindly request that the laboratory equipment be returned to Oscorp Industries upon your graduation. This will enable us to extend this opportunity to future brilliant minds, just as we are doing for you now. Once again, Mr. Parker, I extend my congratulations and gratitude for your remarkable achievements. Your dedication to scientific progress is truly inspiring, and we are honored to be a part of your journey. Should you have any questions or require further assistance, please do not hesitate to contact me directly at norman.osborn@oscorp.com. P.S. I understand that you wish to keep this a secret from Harry and your other friends to eventually surprise them. I shall do so too, though I'd appreciate it if you informed me when you've spilt the beans, as I'm notoriously known for being unable to keep secrets. Smiley face, wishing you all the best in your endeavors. Sincerely, Norman Osborn, CEO, Oscorp Industries. Asterisk. Well, that explains a foo asterisk K-ton, Peter muttered to himself, surprised at the resourcefulness of the former Peter. He wished to synthesize the lizard serum, so he created a method to treat cancer in a school laboratory and sent a part of it to a company that was pioneering research in biochemistry and genetics, one whose CEO he probably knew personally. He refused the request to work in the Oscorp laboratories and requested equipment to be sent to his home. Equipment that he would use to synthesize the serum. The scholarship and internship were just bonuses. This universe's Peter was probably much smarter than usual. Though the former Peter may have thought this to be a great plan, the current Peter wasn't so sure. Norman Osborn cannot be trusted, he thought to himself, remembering the sickness that Osborn, the Green Goblin, was in the comics. Spider-Man was a goddamn idiot for not killing him when he had the chance. Norman Osborn was originally a failing businessman who sold his son's soul, Harry Osborn's soul, to Mephisto, who was practically the devil, in return for growing his company and becoming rich. Mephisto, Peter thought with slight nervousness. Spider-Man's torturous life could practically be attributed to Mephisto, that foo asterisk king piece of shit. Mephisto had once peered into his destiny and saw that his kingdom would be destroyed by Spider-Man and his daughter, thus resolved to prevent that from happening by torturing Spider-Man mentally and killing his unborn child. He's probably the greatest threat to me currently if he exists in this universe. He's probably a greater threat for Gwen than me, though, Peter thought worriedly. Even then, he'll probably use me to get to her eventually. I noticed the looks she was giving me during the ride home. He didn't know what to think of Gwen just yet, other than the fact that she was incredibly beautiful. He would address the topic at a later date. At the moment, he would focus on surviving. He looked at his phone in his pocket, which displayed the date as January 19th. No wonder former Peter was acting weird the past 3 days. He had finally gotten access to the equipment he yearned for. He put Norman's letter down and picked up the smaller one, which was from Dr. Kurt Connor. The man who actually was the lizard in Earth, 616, the Prime Universe. In this universe, however, he was the head of the Department of Cancer Biology. Perhaps he hadn't lost his arm in this world, which would mean that he wasn't as interested in regeneration biology. The letter merely consisted of Dr. Connor wishing to meet him a few days from now on January 23rd. He also gushed over former Peter's breakthrough, which was basically artificially synthesizing a protein that would detect cancer cells and induce programmed cell death, or apoptosis in them. Ingenious, Peter thought, and his probably comically accurate IQ of 250 went to work. The chemical would have to activate caspase-8, which would activate caspases 3, -6, and -7 and bid, which would then have a cascade effect. Thus the ingredients would include copovidone, colloidal silicon dioxide, polysorbate 80, sodium stearil, no, not that, potassium. It would have to work on most types of cancers, thus he couldn't concentrate on only one. He continued theorizing before he successfully composed a theoretical model for the treatment. Wait, he jerked back to reality. Did I just formulate a cure for cancer in 3 minutes? His heart pounded in his chest as he just created something that humanity as a species had hoped for since the dawn of time in less than 5 minutes. Just what else can my brain know? What can I do? Calm down, he told himself after a few seconds. I have a far better base of medical and theoretical knowledge from a far more advanced time. It was true. It was merely 2007 now, while he was from 2025. The progress humanity had made in a couple of decades was not to be scoffed at. Integrated circuits spoke for themselves. What Peter took weeks to figure out, took him minutes. He looked to the side and picked up the file next to the now discarded envelope. Project Lizard, incomplete. If I cure cancer in a few minutes, just what can I achieve with this? Chapter 5, an ingenious idea. If I can cure cancer in a few minutes, just what can I achieve with this? He muttered, reaching for his 4th sandwich, only to be met with an empty plate. I'm king starving, need to catch up on all the meals former Peter missed, he thought, getting up and going downstairs. He came back up in a few minutes with 5 more sandwiches and a much happier Aunt May, who was delighted that he was eating more. Now, he said with a face full of bread. Just what has former Peter achieved? Asterisk. Peter's pupils trembled as he closed the file. He had learned more in these 40 pages than he had in all his former 19 years of life. I am a king genius, he sighed. He had spent the final years of his former life with much more information, better technology, and had made little to no progress. He even studied a better regeneration model. The Hydra. And all it took was a high school student in the name of Peter Parker who used school-grade equipment and one of the worst regeneration models, the common lizard, to pump out scientific breakthroughs that could evolve the human species as we know it. With what Peter uncovered, humanity with its pliable DNA could ascend to godhood. Or descend into chaos, Peter thought in trepidation. This knowledge was best kept close to his chest. It was different in his previous world, where there were no supervillains hoping to take over the universe. In this world, his powers were his eternal secret. His security. Unfortunately, his genetic code was the key to reverse engineering his powers, thus he had to figure out a method to prevent that from happening. Given his brain, that was probably a cakewalk. Am I being paranoid? He suddenly asked himself, finding himself making backup plans upon backup plans. He thought for a moment before shaking his head. No. I'm being sensible. He leaned back in his chair, and stuffed his mouth with his 7th sandwich, before going through the last few pages of the file that was the summary. Asterisk. Page 38. Using a reptile as a test subject for the serum is not the most efficient, but using human subjects or primates is far more unethical in my eyes. The prototype of the serum used the DNA of a Komodo dragon as the base of evolution. The subject was a Podarcis muralis and measured 20.45 centimeters in length. The scales were spotted brown. Observation. 3 seconds after administering the serum, the subject grew to 35.64 centimeters. Scales grew harder and more layered along with longer and sharper teeth. Its muscle density approximately quintupled. Ability to regrow limbs within 10 seconds in Form 2, enhanced body gained after administration of serum, and 1 hour in base form. Lost ability to detach tail. Hyper-aggressiveness and more hostility to humans. The subject seems to be able to shift between base form and Form 2 at will. This is evidenced by the subject shifting to Form 2 when I get near or during feeding time. Deduction. The ideal serum will be perfect. This is something I strive for but will be exceedingly hard to achieve. The serum alters the very biochemistry of a subject's body, and due to the body rejecting the serum and the mutation, it could be fatal. This is counteracted by enhanced regeneration, but while regeneration may be able to solve the problem for the body, the brain is a whole other ballpark. The brain's biochemistry is very evidently altered and mutated during the procedure, and due to the body's innate rejection, it may permanently damage it. The regeneration prevents it from being fatal, but I suspect that it may not cure the problem completely. I suspect that the regeneration only solves the surface problem of dying during the procedure and leaves the brain forever changed. Perhaps in human, the amygdala is altered along with the production of adrenaline and cortisol. This would lead to emotional highs, random uncontrollable bouts of anger, and a reduction of rationality. Something similar may have occurred with my reptilian test subject. On the other hand, my serum could be perfect, and the Podarcis muralis could be displaying inherited aggressiveness due to the usage of the genes of an apex predator in its base of evolution. Further testing is advised. Page 39. Estimated results of Project Lizard on a Homo sapien. Enhanced regeneration. The current prototype of the serum would allow a human subject to regrow his/her arm within 1 minute in Form 2. The effects on the base form would be harder to deduce, but the effects would be greatly diminished. The ideal serum would allow for instant, controllable regeneration in Form 2 in a couple of seconds in base form, although this is a far-fetched dream. Enhanced strength. In Form 2, the subject would have enough strength to match, or even slightly exceed my favorite hero, Spider-Woman. I have estimated this to be about 12 tons. This is one of the only things in which the current prototype can compare to the ideal serum. Enhanced speed, unknown. Enhanced reflexes, unknown. Enhanced agility, unknown. Enhanced durability, unknown. Enhanced stamina. The current prototype causes the muscles to release considerably less fatigue toxins, allowing the subject to exert themselves for around 24 hours before exhaustion takes over. The enhanced regeneration would allow them to regain stamina at an accelerated pace, although the limit is unknown. Wall crawling? Just a tiny hope I have. I want to stick to walls, just like Ghost Spider. Perhaps adding the gecko's genes to the base of evolution can help? Unknown brain evolution? The brain evolves along with the body, and without the body rejecting the serum and mutation, an unknown evolution may take place. It is most likely beneficial. Weaknesses. Cold temperatures? Yet to be discovered. Page 40. The procedure. Sterilize all equipment using the autoclave. Isolate gene for base of evolution using restriction endonucleases. If multiple genes are to be isolated, use plasmid vectors. Prevent exposure to air due to DNA degeneration and enzyme denaturation. Combine isolated genes with plasmids using DNA ligase. Asterisk. Peter took a deep breath once more, his brain working on how exactly to improve the serum. The thing that made the serum truly special was the base of evolution, a genetic marvel. It was something that made CRISPR look like an underground troll in comparison. It was a springboard of sorts, not only splicing the DNA with the subject but also drastically evolving it and improving it. Former Peter is partially right, the serum is already perfect, though it can be improved. It's only the body's innate rejection of the serum and mutation that's the main problem. If I solve that, the main obstacle to me using the serum will be solved. Improving the regeneration is secondary, and pretty easy, given former Peter's notes and my knowledge. You were right, your research really did help me, he chuckled to himself, mentally going through his former professor's paper on regeneration pathways. The regeneration of the serum was subpar by Peter's standards due to the fact that he had picked a horrible model for regeneration. Well, he had no choice as that was all he got to work with. If he incorporated his professor's work on axolotls in Project Lizard, he could boost its regeneration prowess to the high heavens. He could probably regenerate his brain too, like the water lizards. But the rejection problem, he muttered to himself while swiveling on his chair. He would need his body to perfectly accept and adapt to the serum, preferably even enhance it, but how exactly would he go about doing that? Only if I had a perfected product to study, he rubbed his chin, looking at the failed experiment in the jar on the table. He didn't care all that much about ethics like the former Parker. He wasn't an idealist. More like a realist or opportunist. But I can't manifest a perfected test subject. That would be akin to wishing for the perfected serum to drop into my hands. Wait, he sat up, thinking of something ingenious. He knew someone who had their DNA rewritten and mutated. Someone who not only did not die but also flourished. They had perfectly integrated with the mutation and had gained incredible benefits, with no physical or mental downsides. I need to get my hands on Gwen's blood without her suspecting anything. Chapter 6, Juiced Up Tumultuous Timeline. I need to get my hands on Gwen's blood without her suspecting anything, he thought, and immediately formulated a plan to do so. He would get her to willingly give him blood. That would be far more convenient than stealing it. Well, now for the hard part. He sighed to himself and booted up his computer. It was time to crack the passwords to his bank account, email, and other essential websites. Wish I got his memories, he sighed once more, before beginning his project. Asterisk. It was 6 p.m. when he began cracking his passwords, and it took him 2 hours to gain access to almost everything. He was lucky that his smartphone allowed for fingerprint recognition, which he quickly used to change its PIN. Once that was done, he used the forgot password option for his computer PIN and made it send an SMS to his phone to gain access. Once that was done, he attempted to log into his email, which promptly blocked him. Unfortunately, the forgot password option refused to let him use his phone to confirm his identity. Instead, it forced him to log into a reference email ID that he did not possess the password to. Foo*K. He whispered before thinking furiously. Randomly guessing the password would be insanity. The sheer number of possibilities would be endless, and he would never crack it within 50 years. The best way to do this would be to code a program to do it for me, but I'm a biology major. The only computer language I know is one of the most archaic ones. One that I learned as a joke when I was in 10th grade, he thought morosely. Once he had the time, he had to become more tech-savvy, especially in a world where a human could build exoskeletons that could take on celestials. No time to waste. He muttered before downloading the only computer language he knew, BASIC, into his PC. He sighed as the archaic tab opened. Now this is the true test of my intellect, he thought. Even with his unrealistic brain, it took 30 minutes to design a program to perpetually create and enter passwords depending on the parameters entered. He entered the parameters that were, former Peter's love for Ghost Spider, his full name, his age, the names of the people he was close to, and so on, and let the program run. Now that was annoying. He sighed, leaning back in his chair, before immediately jerking back when he spotted the program successfully logging in within 3 tries. 3 foo*king tries. Just how weak was the password? He exclaimed and checked the program to see the password. Oh! He said, no wonder it was so easy. I love Ghost Spider 69696969. After changing the absolutely atrocious password to something far more complex, he went through his emails, which were mostly from Oscorp. They detailed the scholarship and the sessions with Dr. Kurt Connors, which would begin after graduation, given that he licensed the chemical formula for the cancer treatment to them. It was a fair deal, given that he would receive 20% in royalties during every manufacturing of the chemical before his patent became public. He would get all the credit too, they would merely be distributors. As the chemical was still theoretical and it was only partially synthesized in the school laboratory, he still had to give them a working product within 4 months. Easy enough. Peter muttered to himself. It was a steady stream of money, and given the sheer scope of his invention, he would eventually have more money than he could possibly use. He could always license the patent to other companies to become insanely rich. I'll do it after I meet with Dr. Connors in 4 days. There was even an email from the aforementioned doctor that requested the same thing as the letter he sent him. Peter quickly typed out an appropriate response and agreed to meet him in one of Oscorp's labs nearby. It would be quite interesting to see the incredible technology they would have in the company. Now that he fully possessed his email ID, he could now get into all the other essential websites quite easily. Even his minor bank account was easily accessible. Need to make security tighter somehow. He thought to himself. Not now, later. He then got up and walked to the only thing he hadn't inspected properly in the room. The fridge, one that acted as both normal storage and a fridge, Oscorp technology. He was hit by a blast of cold air as he opened the door. It was filled with just what he expected. Numerous blood samples filled a whole section of the fridge, meticulously labeled and stored in separate, temperature-regulated boxes. Most were samples of blood that former Peter wished to integrate into the lizard serum. How exactly he got them was a total mystery, as there were samples of blood from certain species that would require him to travel all around the world. Did he request Oscorp to provide him with the samples? In the name of cancer research? Even an axolotl blood sample was among the others. A shame really. If former Peter had been able to get his hands on a living axolotl, perhaps his regeneration would have been much better. Unfortunately, all he had was the common wall lizard. The blood samples were Geckonide, gecko. Ambystoma mexicanum, axolotl. Varanus komodoensis, komodo dragon. Furcifer pardalis, panther chameleon. Heloderma suspectum, Gila monster. Moloch horridus, thorny devil. 5 vials of the same species remained. Perhaps there were more before, which former Peter used for creating the proto-lizard serums. Petri dishes with cell cultures lined one side, while a non-refrigerated chamber stored most of the unused blood collection tubes and vials. There was even a small compartment at the bottom of the fridge, on which a sticky note sat with "Do not open, delicate," written on it. Most probably to prevent someone from seeing too much. He ever so slowly opened the compartment to see 2 vials both filled with colorless fluid inside. Yet another sticky note sat next to it that read, "BIHT yet to be applied." This was an incomplete serum with only the base of evolution, completed. If one took this, they would constantly shift between base and form 2 before promptly exploding, something the former Peter found out via a poor lizard when first testing the very first iteration of the serum. When he realized that the bow wasn't enough to make the serum viable, he created something that completely baffled the current Peter. To make shifting to form 2 more stable and plausible, he created yet another genetic engineering marvel. The BIHT, biologically interfaced hormonal trigger. It created something akin to a mental switch which stabilized Form 2 and allowed the subject to switch between both forms with ease. This was achieved by genetically linking the activation of the enhanced traits to the release of specific hormones and neurotransmitters. Foo * king genius level intellect, Peter grumbled to himself before closing the fridge. So damn unfair. Thank goodness I have it. He then went back to his PC before booting up the internet. Time to learn about the world I was dropped into. Damn. This is Foo * king bad. He whispered as he read the information on the screen. Tony Stark looked exactly like RDJ and not like he had been kidnapped by the Ten Rings yet. Obadiah Stane was still by his side. Captain America was a war hero who was considered dead, and in older photos, he looked exactly like Chris Evans. Captain America's personal squad had a Bucky Barnes who looked like Sebastian Stan, and a James Howlett who suspiciously looked like a younger version of Hugh Jackman. A certain Xavier's school for gifted youngsters existed. Magneto was an international super-terrorist. The Fantastic Four were a small superhero group in Manhattan, New York. And most surprisingly, the country of Latveria existed, which was ruled by their supreme leader, Dr. Victor Von Doom, one of the brightest minds in the human species and an example of pure, indomitable will. This is like the MCU that's mutated with Marvel comic serum, he muttered to himself, his brain whirring at full force. Chapter 7, Elementary Blood Operation. This is like the MCU that's mutated with Marvel comic serum, he muttered to himself, his brain whirring at full force. Perhaps the MCU's events would be altered by the presence of so many other variables, or it may not. Perhaps the enemies he would have to face would be far, far more powerful due to them being closer to their comic counterparts. Earth, 65. Norman Osborn was a noble and influential figure who never became the Green Goblin, but this wasn't Earth, 65. Thus he was probably right about not trusting Osborn. Thanos may be closer to his comics counterpart, which meant they were doomed. The Beyonders may decide to destroy the multiverse in an experiment and the Celestial within Earth could wake up. The worst part is that Mephisto might exist, he thought, narrowing his eyes. I need a plan to beat him, a Foo * king cosmic being. No. I need plans to beat everyone, he spun on his chair faster. Since I have no clue how the plot will play out, I'll have to assume the worst. Loki wins, Hydra wins, Thanos wins, and so on. I can't be complacent. I need to gain more power, more security. Well, first things first, I need to adapt my genome to accept and enhance mutations perfectly. He picked up his phone, and messaged Gwen. The sun was setting in New York City, lathering the bustling streets with dark, golden light, plunging most of the alleys into darkness, prompting the nasty underworld to surface, dirtying the famed streets. But luckily for the citizens, their solution came in the form of an unlikely savior. A small figure stood atop the Empire State wearing a white hoodie. A tight black shirt covered her obviously feminine body and a similarly colored ski mask and black goggles hid her identity. Gwen felt her phone vibrate in her pocket. Did I not put it on silent, she thought in confusion before whipping out her smartphone with a cracked screen. She ignored the message as she was on crime duty but quickly did a double take when she realized that it was from Peter. Peter, so, are we gonna talk about what happened in the taxi? Gwen took in a shaky breath as she read exactly what she had dreaded. 3 months ago, she had been bitten by a small spider when Harry had taken MJ, Peter, and her to Oscorp. She didn't think much of it at first, of course, she screamed and flailed around before Peter stomped it to death, but she'd woken up the next day accidentally tearing her bedroom door off its hinges. She'd quickly discovered that she'd been gifted with powers beyond her wildest imagination. Super strength, adhesive touch, super speed, enhanced senses, and most prominently, the spy day sense. It took some time to get used to them, but she eventually learned to hold back enough to not rip apart everything around her. She chose to keep her powers secret, to prevent unwanted attention on her and her loved ones while experimenting with them by fighting crime, which was inspired by her father's job. It went great for a month. She even earned the moniker Spider-Woman and was even called Ghost Spider by some, which flattered her. But it slowly went from stopping common thugs to fighting villains that could somewhat hold their own against her. Sure, she could easily defeat them if she went all out, but the fact that she could actually get hurt made her stop her nightly adventures in the past month. But the devastation I saw today afternoon changed my mind, she thought, her heart clenching in pain. But that led to Peter finding out, she muttered under her breath. She had no doubt that he knew something was wrong. She was quite intelligent, after all, she had manufactured her very own web shooters and canisters on her own with junkyard scrap. She was called a genius in engineering by many, but Peter absolutely dwarfed her in terms of intellect. If it weren't for his aunt insisting that he experience school life at its fullest, he would have graduated college at age 9. If that wasn't enough, he was actually the one who'd unknowingly given her the formula for her web fluid. She had once joked about how spiderweb had better tensile strength than anything humans could currently manufacture and how nature could still one-up humankind, when Peter thought for a few minutes, looked her dead in the eye and told her a theoretical method by which she could manufacture an improved web fluid to prove that humans were still superior. She had improved upon that theoretical method to manufacture her webs, but that just spoke to the inhuman processing power and IQ that he had. That's why she had absolutely no hope of gaslighting him given his terrifying memory. She sighed and texted back. Gwen, dunno, we wore seatbelts, didn't we? Peter. Gwen, what? My dad couldn't stop gushing over you at home, you know. Responsibility and that usual crap. Peter, LOL. I should be the one thanking you. Gwen, no thanks needed, but you don't need me to explain how I did what I did? Peter, nope, I deduced it. Course he did, she chuckled. Gwen, I'll tell you how exactly it happened if you tell me why you were acting odd the last 3 days. Peter, sure. Oh, Gwen raised her brows in surprise. She didn't expect it to be that easy. Gwen, tell me TMRW? Peter, can't do that. I'll have to show you. Come over TMRW after school. You'll be surprised. Gwen raised her eyebrows further. Gwen, sure, you better not disappoint. Bang. She jerked her head to the side, seeing 4 men dressed in black and with clown masks on their face discharging a firearm outside a bank. Gwen, IGTG. With a superhuman leap, she jumped off the gigantic building, enjoying the joys of free fall before swinging over to the robbers and landing right in front of them. Hey fellas, just a heads up, my spy day sense is tingling, and it's not loving your fashion choices. Asterisk. Part 1 is complete, Peter muttered to himself before swiveling around to look at the clock near the door. 8:30 p.m. He had his pre-boards tomorrow as well. Still got time, he shrugged before turning to the array of machines before him. It was time to drastically improve the lizard serum. Chapter 8, Arachnid Blood Test. Peter woke up in the morning feeling refreshed, but not satisfied. His attempt at revising the lizard serum with regeneration pathways would take a lot more than just a mere few hours. He had practically gotten drunk on his newfound prowess, which led him to self-hypnotize into forgetting that the serum made Cancer look like a toddler stumbling about, tripping over air. It'll take a month at worst. A week if I'm lucky, he sighed to himself, leading his tired body to the bathroom to freshen up. Well, adapting my genome will take far longer. I've planned for it to be in stages after all. He quickly showered, changed, and went down for breakfast where he met a middle-aged man with graying hair reading a prominent newspaper while periodically sipping on a mug of black coffee. The moment he saw Peter walk down the stairs, his eyes lit up. "Good morning, Peter." He grinned. "Heard you came out of a car crash with only a bruise and cracked glasses. That's some damn good luck." "Ben." May chided from the kitchen. "Good morning," Peter greeted him, taking a plate of bacon and eggs that May passed him. "Yeah, I did. Just made sure to wear seatbelts in the back." I know, Ben chuckled. George wouldn't shut up about it. Peter just grinned in return before practically inhaling the meal. "Aren't you hungry today?" May smiled, before dumping a few more eggs on his plate. After gobbling 3 more servings of breakfast and getting fussed over by Aunt May, he went outside, to be met with Gwen and George Stacy, who'd decided to drive them to school. Safety and all that. After a somewhat awkward ride to school, while wearing seatbelts, they met up with Harry and MJ. They were together, like in the comics, but he noticed that their relationship seemed to be kind of strained. They both refused to stand close to each other, while Harry looked a bit pale and sickly. Did something happen yesterday that affected them? Regardless of their odd behavior, his pre-boards went as well as it could have. The questions were elementary, and with Peter's brain, he even spotted mistakes in the very structuring and content of the questions. He blitzed through questions within 15 minutes and handed them over to the teacher, who looked as though she was used to it. Gwen finished next. After another 15 minutes went by, she dragged him to the exit. "Shouldn't we wait for MJ and Harry?" Peter grumbled, a little miffed at getting manhandled by a person 3 inches shorter than him. Gwen hesitated. "They won't mind. Did something happen between them? They don't seem right." "I saw that. It's best to not interfere, besides, I'm way too excited to see what you have in your room," Gwen said, her eyes so bright that they practically emitted light. He grinned to himself, amused, but threw that thought right out of his head. "Yup, you'll like it," he chuckled. "Gwen." May threw herself at the blonde who awkwardly hugged her back. "It's so nice to see you. Did Peter invite you?" "It's nice to see you too, Aunt May," Gwen said, stumbling over her words at the over-enthusiastic welcome. "We're here to work on a project for the science fair," Peter answered the second question for Gwen. "Ah." May perked up. "Like the one you sent?" "Oh. Ahem." He cleared his throat as loudly as he possibly could. May's face turned beet red instantly, and she quickly ushered both of them in, which only served to increase Gwen's suspicion. "Is this your room?" Gwen asked, standing before the door upstairs. "Yup," Peter said. "You ready? You're hyping this up way too much. It better live up to it." Gwen folded her arms across her chest. "Don't worry, it will," he replied before twisting the handle and revealing the room filled with enough complicated machinery to make their school laboratory look akin to a playground. "What the F?" Gwen sat on the corner of the bed in the room, her mind in a haze. If the Oscorp laboratory equipment didn't shatter her mind, the fact that Peter had casually mentioned that he had partially solved cancer definitely did. She knew he was intelligent, but cancer had eluded scientists ever since the dawn of science and medicine. So many great minds mulling over a cure, and a school student with sub-par equipment had managed to beat them all. "This will change everything," Gwen whispered to herself. "No wonder you went home early, was it to use the machines?" "Yup," Peter replied, a wide smile adorning his good-looking face. "The imitator is what I use the most, the speed with which it can synthesize proteins is incredible. This is surreal." Gwen muttered to herself. This was the last thing she expected to be the surprise. The absurdity of the news was almost equal to the fact that she got spider powers when a spider bit her. "Now that I've kept my end of the deal, it's time to keep yours, Ghost Spider." "How'd it happen? Woke up with your powers?" Peter sat next to her on the bed, their proximity making her heart beat a tiny bit faster. "So you really do know that it's me," she sighed to herself. She had to show her powers a tiny bit, or else Peter wouldn't have survived the crash. She would not be able to live with herself if she let him die, all for the sake of preserving her identity. I do. Well, I did for a while. Wait, what? I thought I hid it pretty well. Since when did you know? From the very first day, you dressed in that ski outfit. What? Gwen's eyebrows disappeared into her hair. Since the very first day. Was that why he gave her the formula for the web fluid? Did he find her pretending not to be the ghost spider amusing? How? The outfit you wear, barring the hoodie, reveals your, body shape. When placing ghost spiders in your body side to side, it's a 1:1 ratio. It's the exact same. So you've been paying attention to my body. You're putting words into my mouth. No, I'm not, she rebutted, subtly grinning after regaining her composure. It was for research purposes, Peter awkwardly said, before steering it to safer waters. So what exactly are your powers? Anything that hasn't been shown to the public. She grinned to herself, amused. Not exactly. I have increased strength, punch harder, heal a bit faster, and have my spy day sense, she shrugged before walking to Peter's desk and grabbing one of the many hot dogs and tater tots that Aunt May had prepared for them. Since when did Peter eat this much? That's vague, he shrugged before heading toward his wardrobe. If I were you, I would test myself for every power under the sun before listing them all and testing their limits. I did check for a lot of powers, but I think I just got an enhanced human body that can stick to walls. Moreover, it's not easy to check the limits of a superhuman body. Well, this can, Peter gestured at the array of machines in the room. Give me a week, and I'll figure out everything a human could possibly find out about your body. Gwen raised an eyebrow, ignoring the accidental innuendo that the typical clueless Pete usually dished out. It was a good idea. Knowing her hard limits would do nothing but help her in the long run. She would know if she was out of her league far more quickly. Sure, just tell me what to do, she shrugged, gobbling up the hot dog while Peter looked at her, scandalized. Get yourself cleaned up first. He shooed her away downstairs, to the guest bathroom. Peter carefully sterilized his equipment with an autoclave after wearing his new gloves. A white lab coat embraced his shoulders while he got the blood vials ready. That's a lot of vials you got there, a clean, crumb-free Gwen set before him, her arm stretched out. The more, the better. I doubt you want me to take a sample every time one goes invalid. Fair enough, she shrugged and watched as he cleaned a spot on her arm with spirits. The sterilized needle broke through her skin with a little bit of pressure but refused to budge, the first 2 layers were compromised. Enhanced durability, then, he murmured before switching to another part of the forearm with thinner skin. There we go. It took quite some effort, but he eventually managed to gain 10 vials of Gwen's blood. He wished to take more samples, but any more, and it would start to become a bit awkward and not make much sense. Anyhow, it was more than enough. He used a pipette and carefully placed a drop of her blood on a slide while she watched with rapt attention. The slide was closed with a slip of glass and placed underneath the microscope. Peter bent his neck and placed his eye on the viewing lens. Oh! Wow! Chapter 9, Genome Adaptation. Oh! Wow, Peter muttered as he viewed the cells under the microscope. He quickly grabbed a hemocytometer and began estimating the cell count. You have a 150% increase in the concentration of RBCs, red blood cells, than an average human being. Their biconcave structure seems to be adjusted for something more efficient. It can probably hold far larger amounts of oxygen. That can't be true, Gwen frowned, munching on her third tater tot. I have much more stamina than what a person would have if their stamina were increased 1.5 times. I doubt the upgraded version of the RBC makes such a difference, right? You're right, he said, placing a drop of blood on the sample stage and bringing the specimen chamber of the SEM to atmospheric pressure. I believe it has something to do with your muscles producing far fewer fatigue toxins, and that healing factor of yours. It could counter lactic acid buildup and lead to reduced dependency on oxygen. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if you could hold your breath for half a day. Spiders can double that. I never thought of that, Gwen frowned. Of all the things she thought of trying with her powers, breath training was not one of them. Peter then loaded the sample chamber into the SEM and pumped the specimen chamber to the required vacuum. He then placed the sample in the analysis position in his scanning electron microscope before finding the areas of interest using low magnification. He adjusted the lens settings before scooting over to his PC, closely followed by an intrigued Gwen, to see the pictures. "That looks weird," she whispered, looking over his shoulder at the screen. The enhanced picture of RBCs looked much different. It didn't look like scattered Fruit Loops anymore. Instead, they were tightly packed together with highly complicated structures surrounding them. To put things into perspective, they looked like turgid cells that were just beginning to burst, but the structures that the cells formed were far more complicated and detailed. Perhaps that was the reason why they could hold more oxygen. "Wait, are those my white blood cells?" Gwen asked in confusion, pointing at the numerous white dots in between the reddish-black sea. If one looked closely, one could see tiny white lines covering the Red Sea in something akin to a net. It almost looked like a web. "I believe so. It's either that, or it's another type of cell entirely," Peter said, zooming in on a WBC. The usual shape-shifting pathogen-eating cell now had 8 spindles growing out of its suspiciously spider-like body. If a pathogen ever invaded Gwen's body, it would probably get stuck on the web-like structures which would alert a WBC to its location. "You know, you're an arachnophobe's worst nightmare. You're filled with spiders." "Haha," Gwen mock laughed, before leaning on his shoulder, which made him gulp. "The only other thing I could do within an hour is to place a sample in the centrifuge, but..." He turned around to look at the time, which read 5:30 p.m. "We've got another pre-board tomorrow, your worst subject." She playfully slapped the shoulder she was leaning on. "It's not my worst subject. You're average 80% in biology, while you average 96.2% in all other subjects. Don't bash me with the truth. I bashed you with facts. You'll bash me." Gwen grinned, leaning harder on his shoulder, making his face flush. "Gwen. Yet. Nothing." After a bit of banter and a hug, Gwen left the room, having extracted a promise from him that he'd send her all the results of her blood test. "Focus. Focus." Peter chanted to himself, forcing his impeccable memory to forget the last 5 minutes and turn towards the blood samples before him. He quickly placed all but 2 in the fridge before turning to the DNA sequencer. He could use multiple platforms of DNA sequencing, but he stuck to the NGS method, the one he was most familiar with. He began the sequencing, which generates millions and billions of short DNA sequences called reads. He then used a sample of his own blood and began sequencing it with the same platform, which generated more reads. He then assembled Gwen's sequences with his own as a reference via his PC, a process that took a good 2 hours. "Fascinating," he whispered to himself as he annotated the numerous variations in Gwen's genome compared to his own, and compared to the database. It was blatantly obvious that Gwen was a mutant. To make things worse, if one were an experienced scientist, they could easily deduce her strengths and weaknesses as if seeing right through her. Perhaps they could even develop a virus that specifically attacked her cells, chemicals that would induce cell death and more. "I'll make a serum to counter people from reading or even acquiring my genetic code after I adapt my genome. It's way too dangerous to leave genetic material lying around when there are people like Osborn and the High Evolutionary around." "Well, it's time to begin," he muttered and headed to the imitator. Adapting his genome all at once would be disastrous. Uncontrolled mutations would almost be guaranteed, and the body's innate rejection of foreign DNA would ruin the project entirely. Thus, he planned to slowly adapt his genome over the course of 3 months. The project would have 4 stages, with each stage involving him taking a serum that would progressively adapt different parts of his genetic code. The first stage would have the most visceral reaction, while it would get easier as more stages passed. He already had the foundation of the genome serum with the genetic system of Bo and BIHT. The last piece of the puzzle was Gwen's blood, and now he had it. It wouldn't take long to synthesize the first serum, he could do it in mere hours. At 1:05 a.m., Peter held up a vial filled to the brim with a whitish gold liquid. Desire flashed in his hazel eyes, but it was not the time nor place to take such a thing. The initial stage would require a lot of calories to keep the body going. It would rewrite his DNA down to the molecular level, perfectly adapting it to the lizard serum and potentially assisting in its assimilation, leading to a better result. The first stage removes any and all genetic defects and accelerates the pathetic production of telomerase temporarily, which would give him an estimated 5 more years to live. It would also temporarily increase muscular growth and metabolism. The overall increase in lifespan would amount to 20 years due to the removal of all genetic defects. He would become the embodiment of a perfect human as he grows. The second stage would be the first stage to actually adapt any of his genome to the mutation. It adapts and affects the genes around chromosome 15. Unfortunately, this would result in his iris occasionally transforming into some variation of green from hazel. This will be controllable but can unknowingly activate in states of stress, anger, or in states of hyperfocus. This stage would also increase muscle growth and metabolism. The third stage would start adapting a far larger piece of the genome, the rest of the coding DNA, due to the body's retaliation greatly decreasing. This would lead to a mini growth spurt and an adjustment of eyesight to 20/10 vision. The fourth stage would be the last stage and the one where the remaining part of the genome gets adapted. This will cause no repercussions, nor any pain or change in the body's functionality. This would be due to the non-coding DNA being completely adapted and the regeneration pathways being tweaked to be far more efficient. Due to the 4 serums, the body would grow to peak human physiology. From vision to strength, the body would be the strongest anyone could achieve while still remaining purely human. Of course, in movies, peak humans could run faster than a car and bend metal poles as though they were putty. Unfortunately, peak humans were far, far weaker. Anything is better than this skinny-ass body, Peter grumbled to himself after carefully storing the Stage 1 genome serum in a compartment in the fridge. He collapsed on the bed after taking a shower, his heart beating with excitement at the prospect of finally taking baby steps towards his goal. Chapter 10, Devilishly Handsome. A middle-aged man in a black suit and Oxford stood in a large office that overlooked New York City. His dark blue eyes looked down at the bustling streets and large skyscrapers through the large glass window while his auburn hair was neatly combed to one side. One could easily tell that he was a neat freak by merely looking around his office. Certificates of his many achievements and framed pictures of him winning awards adorned the walls. A small laptop sat on a large desk that was neatly arranged, and a small library of books sat to the side. This isn't working, Norman Osborn thought to himself as he looked down from his tower near the center of New York City. Knock knock. Come in. Osborn said reflexively before adjusting his already impeccable tie. Good morning, sir. A man wearing glasses and a lab coat entered the room. A file of papers was tucked underneath his arm, while lopsided glasses rested on the bridge of his nose. Morning, John, Norman said, sinking into his comfortable chair. What brings you here? I remember mentioning that I would not like to be disturbed unless it is something of importance. I do know that, sir, John said, fumbling with the file before presenting it to Norman. I believe we've made a breakthrough. Norman's hands almost blurred when he snatched the file and opened it, reading it fervently. He flicked through the 40 pages of detailed notes and observations within 10 minutes before looking up at John, who was standing awkwardly the whole while. Show me, Osborn demanded, throwing back the file and walking out of his office into the halls of Osborn Chemical A.K. Oscorp, closely followed by one of his lead scientists. The uppermost floors of the tower which they currently were in were mostly empty. They quickly entered the elevator and descended the numerous floors to the accountancy and finance floor. They quickly passed the numerous rooms before entering a janitor's closet that had a false door which only opened via biometrics. It slid open, revealing a large tunnel that descended downwards. As they walked into the tunnel, it opened up into a large facility filled with approximately 40 people who were dressed exactly like John. It had a large ceiling and was decked out with technology that could advance humanity's knowledge of anatomy and genetics by a few decades. If Peter were here, he could have made the revised version of the serum within a day or two. Perhaps he could have made a more efficient method of genome adaptation that would merely take 2 stages instead of 4. It's nice to see you, sir. A large scientist stepped away from a project he was supervising and walked up to Osborn. He was his other lead scientist, Robert Waller, and had biceps the size of his head. What you're looking for is in Laboratory 314D. Both scientists led him past the many cubicles and machines to one of the largest rooms in the facility. Robert pressed his index finger to the biometric, which made the door slide open with a small hiss, revealing a room with a giant machine and many smaller ones. There is even a small compartment with dead subjects of animal testing. It was mostly small mammals and a few insects, but all of them were failures. Osborn's gaze flicked toward the compartment with 2 spider corpses pinned to the wall. That was the only insect species that survived the process of becoming a vector but became highly venomous and unstable. Any human test subjects that were subjected to its transferal process died almost immediately in grotesque ways due to highly accelerated uncontrollable mutations. The experiment, whose goal was using other organisms as vectors for mutations, was shut down. He had given orders for all the subjects to be terminated and preserved, but some dunderhead of a scientist let a spider escape. He was quickly disposed of. The emergence of Ghost Spider 3 days after the spider's escape boosted his suspicions greatly. I believe that we've ruled out that Spider-Woman is a result of the failed project, right? John said tentatively, following Norman's gaze. Our analysts deduced that a successful mutation would lead to organic webbing, camouflage, and a whole host of bioelectric powers. She has none of that. Even her webbing is mechanical. She is probably a gifted engineer with adhesive gloves and a highly powerful exoskeleton. If she was such a gifted engineer, then she wouldn't wear a Fu*King ski mask, Norman grumbled to himself before snapping his head toward the large machine. Now, show me iteration 134. Are you sure it can do what you say it can? We strongly believe so, Robert said, pressing a button on the machine which lowered a compartment that slid open to reveal a large vial that was filled to the brim with a sickly green liquid. This is the closest we've got to Erskine's formula. After testing it on chimpanzees, we've seen a tremendous amount of increase in strength, SPE. I know. Osborn interrupted, waving off Robert. I read the file. What's the result on human subjects? Robert and John looked at each other with nervous looks. Enhanced strength up to 9 tons, nha. 9 tons. Norman looked ecstatic. The American government had contracted them with recreating and possibly enhancing the super soldier serum. They supplied him with multiple preserved samples of the late Steve Rogers, the perfect human's blood, and with a fund of over $15 billion. That's where all this equipment came from. Project Super Soldier was his obsession for 17 years, the very year his partner, Mendel Storm, was kicked out for embezzlement. Steve Rogers was enhanced to beyond human limits, reaching a strength of even 2 tons with ease. But he had finally created a serum that could almost quintuple that. That's right, sir, Robert nodded. The enhanced physiology boosts the human body in all parameters, even mental processing ability. Ha ha ha. Osborn burst out in relieved laughter. 17 years of non-stop work were finally paying off. Unfortunately, Robert began, and the smile on his face immediately disappeared. Any sentence that began that way did not spell good news. The test subjects show signs of emotional distress, emotional highs, random bouts of aggression, and even a second personality that seems inherently sadistic. Oh! Osborn's shoulders fell. He was so close to the perfect, no, a far better serum. His sullen eyes suddenly gleamed with resolve. Figure out what's wrong. Fast. We only have 2 more years before the government *KS us all for failing to deliver. Yes, sir. How long will it take for you to figure out the problems and get started once more? 5, no, 4 months, sir. That's a long time. You better not *K up. Norman quickly picked up his phone and dialed an unsaved number. Hello. Yes, sir? How may I help you? Contact Sergey. I have a job for him in 4 months. Sir, he's currently not open to any contracts. Something about hunting becoming a lot more boring to him. Big game doesn't interest him anymore. That will not be a problem. Just tell him that I have some worthy prey for him. Will do, sir. Norman sighed to himself as he walked back to his office. He never wanted to contact the hunter, but circumstances change. He was way too close to becoming the next Erskine to not take risks. Hey, Dad! A familiar voice called out to him, halting his thought process, and he looked up, spotting his son, Harry, waiting by his office door. His face immediately soured. His son ignored his studies and spent all day prancing around with that Mary Jane. That worried him the most, for he wished for his son to take his place, but whatever his son tried to do, he failed in it. He was harsh on him, but all that failure drove him to drug use, which was the final straw. He could understand many things, but drugs were not one of them. He was his son, but he was also his greatest disappointment. What do you want? Norman spat. Well, Gwen's 18th birthday is coming up in 3 months. I need a present, the one I have in mind would take, a while Harry spoke, his words slightly slurring. Humph. Norman snorted, walking past his son and into his office. While he wished not to give his son anything, Gwen was a good, intelligent kid. Don't buy her the present yourself, I'll do it myself. I don't have anything on me yet. I'll send it to you tomorrow. Sure, Harry shrugged and turned to walk out but was suddenly stopped. Wait. Norman said, his head almost magically turning to the very top of his bookshelf. A pair of drumsticks sat on the very top, very, very old ones, but ones that were signed by Ginger Baker. Since when did he have that? Well, it's useless sitting here anyway. Gwen's a drummer, right? He asked. Yeah, a good on. Good. Take those ones on top. They're old, so be careful with them. They're signed by a famous drummer. That sounds great. Then. Get out of my sight. Thank you, dear, an unusually handsome man thanked a waitress who blushed and scuttled away. A hot cup of coffee rested in his hands while he leaned back on a chair. His messy hair somehow hung down perfectly, his skin was tanned in the most perfect way, and his collar was fashionably angled. He had that I just got out of bed but I am still so hot look, which made the girl's knees turn to mush. He sat at an outdoor table that gave him a full view of the towering skyscrapers in New York and pretended to enjoy the breeze that blew in his face. Everything is going to plan, he thought, drinking a large gulp of scalding hot coffee without a single change in expression. I'm gonna enjoy mentally torturing that little spider. Her soul is just so sweet. So pure. He involuntarily shuddered. It's primed for corruption. Enjoy my gift, Gwen, he chuckled to himself. Playing with mortals never got old. He's been doing it for millennia, and he would continue to do it for eternity. He would build his kingdom in. His head snapped to the side, the stroking of his ego interrupted by a baby. He grit his perfect teeth, mentally willing the baby to choke on its spit and suffocate to death. He couldn't wait to see the look on the mother's face as she was unable to save her precious daughter, crying and wailing for he. Arg! He let out a small whimper as the sanctum sanctorums all around the world simultaneously activated, suppressing his power. Curse you, Agamotto! He muttered under his breath. I should have never made that deal. Of all the planets, why did it have to be Earth? His eyes snapped toward the Oscorp tower in the distance. He could only affect people he already had binding deals with, and ones who sold their soul. I'll come for you, Ancient One, little spider, he whispered once more. Mephisto never loses. Chapter 11, A Bloody Feast. Aunt May, can I enroll in the gym today? Peter asked while inhaling his breakfast as usual. What? May turned around with her eyebrows raised, the bread on the pan forgotten. Since when do you want to go to the gym? The day before yesterday. I just wanted to take better care of myself. Ah, finally. Uncle Ben popped out from behind his newspaper. So you decided to listen to me, eh? There's a gym about 10 minutes from here. You could check in there when coming back from school. Yup, you read my mind, Peter grinned back. Well, you have indeed been eating a lot more lately, May rubbed her chin. But why the sudden change? Well, he scratched his cheek awkwardly, trying his best to look embarrassed. Gwen beat me in arm wrestling. Uncle Ben immediately burst out laughing while Aunt May gave him an amused smile. I understand. You studied? Peter asked Gwen next to him as they saw George Stacy off after he'd dropped them off at school. Nope. Gwen chuckled and headed toward the school entrance with him beside her. Too excited for the results. It's our pre-boards, Gwen. So? It's not our boards. But. Not boards. Oi. Our papers are still given to our parents. I know how strict your mom is about your marks. Gwen struggled to come up with a rebuttal but was saved by someone approaching them. Peter. Gwen. A familiar voice called out to them. MJ walked up to them with her bag on one shoulder. Her lush, red hair spilled over her back and her slender body walked with the grace of a model. Still prefer Gwen, Peter mentally shrugged. Good morning. Hello. MJ replied with a beautiful smile before turning to Peter. I have a question, I really didn't understand electrocardiograms and the cardiovascular cycle. The exam is in 3 hours. Peter said dryly. People who didn't care about exams truly baffled him. No matter how idiotic and annoying the concept was, it was still one of the many tickets to their future. You could have given me a call. But I heard you and Gwen were on a date. She asked unblinkingly. Wahoo, did you hear that from? Peter asked, a little confused. As much as he wanted that to be a date, it, unfortunately, wasn't. He didn't think he could sustain a relationship now, as he was concentrating on his research and didn't think he could give the other person the attention they deserved. Moreover, the only other person who knew about Gwen's visit was, well, Gwen. He turned to her with a raised eyebrow. What? She asked as she gave him an innocent shrug. You told her that? Told her what? Don't play dumb, You heard what I said. Nua. I am partially deaf in my left ear, Gwen said, before grabbing his arm and dragging him to the entrance of the school while MJ looked at them with amusement. Come on, we have an exam to write. You didn't study for it, he grumbled, letting himself get dragged away. And the exam is in 3 hours, why go now? What? Can't hear you. Don't you start this again. Talk a bit louder, will you? Fu *ku, he muttered in defeat. Ha! You wish. That was annoying. Gwen droned, walking with Peter and MJ down the steps. Why would they ask a question about antioxidants? It's not in the Fu *king syllabus. It is, Peter replied while chewing on a mint after absolutely crushing the biology exams. He could have even taught the teachers there about the subject. Wait, it was. MJ and Gwen looked at him in confusion. Yup, it was in A. Did you know on page 327? That's bullshit. They both said, enraged, to which Peter merely shrugged before he got reminded of something. Hey, MJ. I didn't see Harry all day. Is he okay? Oh, him. I guess he's fine, MJ looked visibly uncomfortable. I'll tell you both what happened a little later. It's just, I don't know. Sure, take your time, Gwen patted her back as they walked, to which MJ smiled. Oh, I'll have to go alone from here. I need to go somewhere else. He suddenly stopped next to an intersection. Gwen screeched to a halt. Where are you going? The gym that's close by. Wait, you're enrolling in a gym? She said with an incredulous expression. I am. That sounds great. She beamed after getting over her shock. You really have changed. Yup, MJ added. You're more confident, talk more, and have been looking a lot healthier. Have you really been eating more than your usual nothing sandwich? Thanks, I guess, Peter outwardly grinned but inwardly began sweating profusely. Just wanted to take care of myself better. I can see that, MJ looked him up and down, which earned her a death glare from Gwen, who stood at the side. I heard you're even reciprocating Gwen's fee. Let's go, Gwen dragged a giggling MJ forward. Bye, Pete. Bye. Chuckling, Peter waved goodbye. Identification please, a half-dead man behind the counter said, to which Peter promptly produced his driver's license. After a few more minutes of entering his details, he was finally registered. That will be all, Mr. Parker, he said, handing him a large card with a chip in it. It would let him enter the gym during the allotted time. Thank you, Peter smiled before immediately walking out of the gym, wearing a pair of gloves and walking over to a nearby shop. He bought a large red bucket, a lot of tissues, wet wipes, a box of matchsticks, and 2 bottles of hand sanitizers. Immediately after that, he made his way into an abandoned factory near his school, something that greatly reduced the land prices there, and deposited what he bought. He even made sure to map out a path that would let him avoid any CCTV surveillance. Although it made a 1-minute journey 10 whole minutes, it was always better to be prepared. He then walked to a nearby park and ordered enough high-energy, nutrient-balanced energy bars to scare any athlete. Each bar had 650 calories, and he ordered 62 of them, which amounted to around $250. It didn't exactly break the bank, but it was a hefty sum. He needed to get that sweet patent money as soon as possible. There weren't many people in the park, but it was to be expected in the evening. People had shit to do, after all. He breathed in the fresh air that hung around the park as he sat on the grass. Enjoying nature and the immensely beautiful night sky was one of the things he missed from his past life. He was so consumed with his new research that he forgot to take a breather. Sometimes, just sitting down and doing nothing was the most relaxing thing ever. He took a deep breath and went through the process in his head once more. He deduced that he would need around 30,000 calories to facilitate the stage I genome serum, but he decided to buy more in the possibility of his deduction being wrong. Within 10 minutes, a delivery man arrived and handed him the bag filled to the brim with his energy bars. He thanked him and made his way back to the abandoned building, making sure to follow the same route. He jumped over the rickety fence with great effort. Finally, Peter sighed to himself as he walked into an old room with the door hanging off its hinges. The paint on the walls was cracked and peeling while old rusted machines littered the floor. Cracks were plentiful and there were a few holes in the ceilings. Globalization really did mess up factories. Not the safest environment, but it'll do. He took off his shirt and pants, not wanting to get them stained, before meticulously unwrapping each and every energy bar, and placing them on a pile, on a large piece of cloth. He then unzipped his bag and pulled out a small box. He carefully opened it, revealing a familiar whitish gold liquid in a large syringe. He picked it up, still wearing his gloves, before taking a long, deep breath, calming himself for what he was about to undergo. It would not be a pleasant experience, that he knew for sure. He reaffirmed his will before inserting the needle into his forearm and pushing down on the syringe, fully injecting the serum into his bloodstream. He placed the syringe back into the compartment before he could physically feel it. He could feel the serum coursing through his circulatory system as if it were liquid fire. It became progressively hotter to the point of making him cry out loud to suddenly randomly cooling. K, here it comes, Peter thought in trepidation as the heat abruptly switched to nausea. Blag. He leaned over and vomited a glob of bright red blood into the bucket he previously placed before him. He panted as he regained composure before stuffing his mouth with 2 energy bars that his body instantly digested and processed due to his increased metabolism. Ugh! Yet another ball of blood entered the bucket, weakening him, to which he munched on a few more bars that partially restored his strength. The cycle of weakening and strengthening continued, him vomiting his guts out while simultaneously eating enough food to last him a month and a half. The taste of nuts and oats mixed with the taste of blood and vomit was bad enough to make him lie down and give up, but he pressed on, swallowing the heretical mixture. Drops of blood trickled down his chin and down his skinny chest, which reaffirmed his decision to not wear clothes during the procedure. This torturous process continued for 24 cycles where he consumed 48 energy bars, 31,200 calories, and expelled 3.6 liters of blood, which was a liter away from all the blood in his body. Luckily, the serum rapidly accelerated the body's functions, which led to his blood being replenished just as rapidly. Unfortunately, that led to the requirement of consuming an incredible amount of calories. Arg! K. Peter growled after barely managing to get to his wobbly feet. The effects of the serum were somewhat visible already. Gone was his skinny physique, now replaced by one that was visibly healthy but not muscular. His skin was clearer, and his features sharper. His eyesight had become highly blurry, but when he removed his comically thick spectacles, his vision couldn't have been better. Damn! He muttered in astonishment, marveling at the sheer amount of detail his sharp hazel eyes could discern from his surroundings. Every particle of dust suspended on a sunbeam, the rust on the machines, the ants that crawled on the wall, everything was so crisp. The minor enhancements from his healthier body, spectacle-less face, and clearer skin brought out more of his innate Peter charm, which he couldn't be more pleased with. He could feel the difference already. He felt lighter, finally strong enough to qualify as average and far less stressed. He was now the perfect human, with no genetic imperfections, and would eventually grow into his peak physiology. Unfortunately, he did not have access to the Vita rays that Erskine had, or else he could have accelerated his growth to peak strength instantly. Thus, he would have to slowly grow into his strength and enhancements from a growth spurt to enhanced musculature. It would take about 2 years to complete the growth, but the injection of the improved lizard serum would probably make his base form peak instantly. He loosened his improved body by stretching a bit before cleaning himself with the wet wipes. He then threw the used and unused bag of wet wipes, his gloves, and the energy bar wrappers into the bucket filled with his blood. He ripped open the 3 packets of large tissues and dumped all of them into the bucket too. Within a few seconds, the tissues soaked up all the liquid, which made it a bucket full of red paper and plastic. He then opened the sanitizers and poured their entire contents and the bottles into the bucket, drenching it and its contents. Finally, he lit a match and dropped it and the matchbox into the bucket, which burst into flames almost instantly due to the alcohol. That's the best I can do. He sighed to himself and wore his shirt and pants that were a bit tighter than usual. He didn't wear his glasses, which made him look better, but randomly gaining proper vision would be insanely suspicious and a stupid move on his part. He would need to get fake spectacles until he faked his fake recovery. I'd better leave, he muttered to himself, slung his bag over his shoulder, and walked out of the abandoned room as the fire reached the ceiling. Chapter 12, A Dubious Deal. You want one exactly like that? The woman in the spectacle shop asked, slightly confused. She had had many a crazy customer, but no one had asked for an exact replica of a pair of spectacles. Well, you'd have to wait 3 days if we have to manufacture one. I wouldn't want that then. Do you by any chance have any clear lens spectacles? Sure we do, the middle-aged woman smiled. You know, I would usually tell you that you look just fine without glasses, but She walked over to the side and plucked a pair of glasses from the stand. This would be perfect for you. Peter shrugged and picked them up. The frame was a mixture of brown and hazel that went perfectly with his face. It was smaller, rectangular, and actually complemented his face, instead of making it look like a "please punch me" sticker. He put them on, and since they were clear lens, they did not affect his vision. "I'll have a spare one too, please," he said. "That in total will be $60. Asterisk. Peter quickly made his way back home and snuck into the house. He headed up to his room to freshen up and decided to wear baggy clothes for the week. Peter usually wore fairly loose clothes either way, thus people didn't know just how skinny he really was. He couldn't hide everything, his healthy face and the glasses were for the world to see, but he could try his best. He looked at himself in the mirror, relieved that he got rid of his skinny physique. Now, his body looked like it was on the cusp of being muscular, and with the enhanced muscular growth, he could get to 616, Spider-Man level jacked. Good thing I enrolled in the gym, he thought to himself after taking a shower and getting into his clothes. He sank into his bed before looking at his phone, which buzzed with messages. "Gwen, Peter. We got permission to hold a concert in the Forest Hills Stadium." "Peter, really? That's great. What are the timings?" "Gwen, it's tomorrow. 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. "Peter, shit." "Gwen. Peter, remember the meeting I told you about with Dr. Connors? It's from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Do you mind if I come a little late to the concert?" "Gwen, oh that. Yeah, NP. TBH, you're curing cancer. I'll have to be a dumbass to say no." "Peter, smiley face, good luck with the concert." Was this the concert where former Peter would have turned into the lizard, he asked himself. Well, on Earth 65, it was due to incessant bullying on prom night and Harry asking Gwen out, but this isn't Earth 65. Quite far removed, actually, damn far removed. "Well, no point in worrying about random things that I can't control," he muttered to himself and turned toward the machines on the table. It was time to continue his work on Project Lizard and Project Gene Lock. Asterisk. Click. A syringe that held a mechanical arm receded after injecting red liquid into the plant's xylem. Two people with lab coats stared from outside at the enclosed glass compartment in a facility with expectation in their eyes. One was a fairly beautiful woman with long brown hair, wearing a flower-themed inner shirt, and the other was a man whose disheveled blonde hair, cane, and crazy eyes only exacerbated his look as a mad scientist. They watched as reddish-orange lines spread throughout the plant, outlining its internal structure and heat beginning to emanate from its stem and leaves. "Stabilize, stabilize, 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 stabilize," the man chanted under his breath while the woman crossed her fingers. The line slowly began to recede, which made the man jump for joy, or jump as high as his messed up leg could. Yes. Boom. Foo *K. The plant exploded, generating enough force to crack and break the bulletproof glass it was encased in. The man yelled in frustration, turning his back to the experiment and walking away as if he couldn't bear to look at the failed experiment. He walked up to a plaque that read, "Advanced Idea Mechanics, A.I.M., and slammed his cane into it to relieve his anger, making it smash to the floor. "Aldrich!" the woman chided, looking at the glass pieces on the floor. "That was a nice plaque." "I don't care." Aldrich grumbled to himself as he turned to his colleague. "We can't go on like this. We have to do it." "No, Aldrich." The woman frowned. "I said no. We can do it without resorting to such methods." "You're a scientist for goodness sake, Maya. Don't you know that plants are in a whole other kingdom compared to humans? We can't make any more progress like this. Too many animals have died, Aldrich." "I don't want humans to do so too," Maya said firmly, looking Aldrich dead in the eyes. "Maya. Maya. Maya." He shook his head in disappointment before slowly hobbling over to her. "Do you not understand that success requires sacrifice? I'm neck-deep in this, and so are you. Wake the foo *K up." Maya's gaze faltered, but she stood her ground. "I still believe we can do this without killing people. That's the whole point of this project. The point of this project is to prove Stark wrong. To prove that he has a stick so far up his ass that it speaks for him," Killian growled. "You know, you're starting to sound a lot like him." Maya glared at him while carefully placing the failed experiment next to all the other ones. You must understand, we can do this without killing anyone. A vein visibly pulsed on Aldrich's head at being compared to the person he hated the most before he took a deep breath. He sighed and narrowed his eyes in thought. You're right. We don't have to kill anyone. We don't. Maya's face perked up. That's GRE. We'll just experiment on one of them. Maya stared at the man in shock. Seriously, Killian? How's that any better? Do you want to complete extremis before our funds collapse or not? He snapped at her, mania visible in his eyes. It's only one *king person, Maya. One person. And who's that person going to be? Maya bit her lip, her heart clenching at the idea of accepting such an agreement. Aldrich hobbled over to a nearby desk. Well, the stories of superpowers popping up in random people seem to be a myth. That dumb dork of a Russian only knows how to run through walls, and his powers are from gamma radiation, highly unstable and unpredictable. The hunter is protected by that organization. All other tales of superhumans can be easily dismissed as rumors due to lacking evidence. Are you? The only other enhanced being in the world currently is Spider-Woman. But her webbing's mechanical. She could be using adhesive gloves too. Maya, she punched through a reinforced concrete wall with her bare hands. Aldrich looked at her as though she were stupid. How do you know it's her bare hands? Maya said frantically, trying to find every excuse to stop her crazy colleague. It could be a highly complicated exoskeleton. Killian sighed and got up, taking out his phone and dialing an unregistered number. You're going to kidnap and experiment on a person on a whim? Maya said incredulously, moving to snatch the phone but was thwarted. Maya! Stop this nonsense and listen closely. We have 3 options, Killian whirled around angered. 1. We can do nothing and watch both our life's work go down the drain. 2. We can experiment on human subjects, or 3. Kidnap one person to perhaps perfect the serum. Maya had no words to say, and when Aldrich pressed call, she didn't stop him. Perhaps even with her strong moral code, she wished, in her heart of hearts, for her research to finally be complete. Hello. Yes sir. How may we help you? I have a job for Kravinov. We're sorry sir, but Codename Hunter already has an ongoing contract. How long does it run? Unknown. The minimum is estimated to take 6 months. *K. Aldrich mentally cursed. He didn't have that much time. Is there anyone else you have? We have Codename Rhino who is currently contractless sir, but may I ask if your job capture, eliminate or other? Capture. Then we do not recommend Codename Rhino. He is most suited for elimination contracts due to his low level of intelligence. May I recommend Codename Zeus? He's a new addition. Suited for all contract types. I would rather not have a newbie. Send the Rhino to crash the biggest gathering tomorrow and make your most elite non-super team follow and tranquilize Spider-Woman, who's most likely to show up, and bring her to me. That can be arranged. THA. Ah. If you could excuse me for just a moment. The director is calling. A few seconds of silence passed, and Aldrich grew more and more confused. Such things never happened in the organization he was calling. They were always professional and reliable. The director wishes to ask for a different type of payment than the usual method. Your answer may change the probability of us accepting the contract. Do you agree? What is it? Aldrich snapped, growing more and more frustrated in the completely random shift of tone. He did not like where this was going. He wishes for you to divulge the extremis formula. Absolutely not. Killian roared, startling Maya. It's not complete, and I'll never reveal it. How on earth did they know who he was? He had taken care of securing this phone and even the delivery for the target would be in an unrelated place. Just how powerful was this organization? A few more seconds passed. The director then wishes for the techno-organic neural link that you've accidentally developed. Aldrich frowned, that was also even more unstable, but not as valuable. Why would the director of all people want that? Fine. I'll give it to you. Pleasure doing business with you, sir. Chapter 13, Muscular Beginnings. Peter chewed on a mint to help him concentrate better, while a pen danced around his dexterous fingers. A large scientific calculator sat next to him as he did his calculations while he attempted to bring Project Gene Lock to life. This was far more important than Project Lizard currently, as he had no idea how long it would take. He already had a rough estimate of the length of time it would take for him to complete Project Lizard but not Gene Lock. Wait, Peter thought, furrowing his brows as he got a stupidly ingenious idea. Can this be done? Well, it's Marvel, anything is possible. The first thing to do when starting a project is to set your hypothetical goals, regardless of whether it is realistic or not. What did he want this project to do? To prevent people from acquiring his DNA. What is the most efficient way of preventing people from acquiring his DNA? That would be to not leave behind any DNA evidence. But that's impossible, I'm going to bleed sooner or later, or even get my arm cut off. To make it worse, hair, skin, and things you shed on a daily basis contain DNA. Thus, it could be easily established that preventing DNA from leaving your body is currently impossible. Therefore, a method must be devised to prevent people from acquiring his DNA even if he left it behind. The only plausible method is for the DNA to autonomously disintegrate the moment it leaves my body, as I cannot keep wiping every trace of my DNA all the time. Foo * King Hell, that's a lot to ask. If I wanted my DNA to destabilize the moment it left my body, I need to do something drastic, he muttered to himself. After all, DNA doesn't just destabilize in a few seconds as it has a half-life of a few hundred years. If he could not rely on natural methods, he would have to destabilize it himself. He sighed to himself, I can't believe I'm even considering this. The problem would be that if he made his DNA unstable, then he would, well, die. Therefore, he had to either make his DNA unstable and make his body produce something that would make it stable, or make his DNA instantly collapse when encountering something in the air. Second option is too dangerous. A large wound would kill me as most of my blood would be exposed. But the first option is dangerous too, a lot of things could go wrong. He thought for a few seconds before a solution popped up in his head. I could use BIHT, he muttered to himself, his widening at the answer. BIHT, biologically interfaced hormonal trigger, which he'd created to stabilize the transition between base form and form 2, basically allowed him to mentally switch on and switch off any additional body function by linking it to a specific set of hormones and neurotransmitters. He could create the destabilization and stabilization of his DNA via BIHT, which would allow him to control gene lock at will. At least, he wouldn't become infertile, well, he could be infertile if he wished for it to be so. The best protection anyone could ever ask for. Perhaps I could exploit the vibration frequency of DNA to dissolve its bonds, he thought to himself as he rubbed his chin. If he could ever synthesize the proteins that would destabilize and stabilize DNA, he would name them RDP, resonance destabilizing protein, and RSP, resonance stabilizing protein. Now to actually design the damn proteins, he groaned. The destabilization and stabilization of DNA would require another breakthrough, which could take a minimum of 2 months even if he worked his ass off. No rest for the wicked, et. It was a Saturday morning, which was a blessing as he didn't need to go to the cursed school. As much as he loved spending time with Gwen, he had grown tired of studying the same shit again. He had just turned 19 when he was unceremoniously dropped into this crazy universe, and he did not want to do school all over again. He would rather have stuck to college and his thesis project, but life was a bitch. Peter woke up at around 5 a.m., wore his clothes, and headed to the gym, which was practically empty. He went through the usual routine that he used to do in his past life but struggled greatly when attempting to curl the 25 kilograms dumbbell that he used to be able to lift. Muttering under his breath about the lack of Vita rays, he picked up the 15 kilograms dumbbells. He could barely breathe when he got to the latter half of his usual routine, which slightly annoyed him, but he regained his stamina quicker than usual, which allowed him to complete it. His body was perpetually healing the micro tears in his muscles, making them stronger, less prone to fatigue, and bigger. The highlight of the session was the easily noticeable improvement in strength, speed, and stamina when he was done working out. He could lift 3 more kilograms than before, last for 6 more minutes in a plank, and run for 3 more kilometers before his legs gave in. His stamina was the one that grew the most out of all of them. Perhaps the lactic acid buildup was quickly neutralized by his enhanced body, or it just produced far less fatigue toxins. It was something to look into later. He returned the dumbbells to the stand while taking deep breaths to satiate his lungs before heading to the shower to freshen up. Enhanced muscular growth, hey, he smirked to himself while standing shirtless before the gym's large bathroom mirror. His sweaty body, while not jacked to the bone, was already beginning to show more musculature. His chest was more defined, his thigh muscles were fairly bigger, and one could somewhat distinguish his biceps and triceps. It's only 2 hours of exercise and I can finally exert enough strength to qualify as slightly above average, though full peak human strength would probably require the stage 4 genome serum. He shook himself out of his fantasies and showered. He needed to arrive at Oscorp Tower by 10 a.m. for his meeting, and it was already 7:30 a.m. He could not afford to be late. Well. Look at you, you handsome bugger, Ben whistled while sipping on his usual black coffee. You know, you look just like Richard. Of course, I was always the better-looking one. Isn't that right, May? Peter. May ignored her husband and ran over to pinch his cheeks. The new glasses suit you so well. What happened to the other one? Hey Aunt May, they broke us, Peter attempted to mumble but got his mouth stretched into a smile. You look so much healthier after you've begun eating. Ben's right, you do look like your father, she squealed, releasing him from her clutches. But how did the previous one break? Dropped a dumbbell on it. The lens was cracked, but the frames got totally messed up. How much were the new ones? I got 2 for $60. Daylight Fu * King robbery. Back in my day, we got them for Fu * King Che. Ben. No swearing. May glared at Ben before turning to Peter as if she'd just remembered something. Oh, I almost forgot. Ben and I won't be here for the night. Peter raised his eyebrows in surprise. Why is that? Date night. Ben answered before May could open her mouth. Be prepared, Peter, you may get a new cousin soon. Ben. May squeaked, scandalized while Peter burst out laughing. There is no need to be so vulgar. Well, I'll leave you both to it then, he chuckled, before heading back upstairs. Peter, we've installed a medical cabinet upstairs as well as downstairs. It has everything you could possibly need in it. Ben called after him as May was still recovering from blushing too intensely. Sure. Thanks. Peter buttoned up his black formal shirt and stood in front of the bathroom mirror, admiring his form. The shirt even fit him perfectly due to the former Peter preferring baggier clothes. It was tucked into a pristine grey pant that was secured with a brown belt while his wrist was adorned with a simple leather strap watch. His usually messy brown hair was just a little less messy than usual while his hazel brown frames rested on the bridge of his elegant nose. Black, formal shoes covered his feet, completing his look. Did the Marvel gods give Peter good looks as compensation for a torturous life? He began seriously considering the possibility. Nah. He'll need to ascend to godhood as compensation for the amount of shit he's gone through. He slung on his backpack, with a cheap laptop and a few books with some of his notes on his cancer research that he'd managed to marginally improve, wore the temporary intern ID card they had sent him, and walked out. After he managed to escape May gushing over his sudden awareness of dressing sense and narrowly avoiding a question from Uncle Ben about his changed behavior, he caught a cab that would take him to Oscorp Tower. Chapter 14, Towering Tower. God damn. Peter whispered as he stood before the Oscorp Tower. Its brand was plastered vertically down on the building as if everyone needed a reminder. He honestly didn't know whether the future Stark Tower would be taller than this, but given Stark's enormous ego, he would make it so. He walked over to the entrance of the gigantic complex that was the tower and was instantly stopped by security, but their wary looks disappeared once he showed them his temporary ID. He then had to go through 4 more security checks that made him mentally groan. He could understand 3 security checks as they were necessary for an organization such as Oscorp, but the 4th was completely unnecessary. Nothing I can do about it, he sighed to himself as he got his bag back. He then walked over to the reception, which was beautifully decorated, where he was registered and pointed in the direction that he had to go. The place he had to meet Dr. Kurt Connors was in room 1642A in the Cancer Biology program in the Life Sciences department. He thanked them and walked over to the empty lift that took him up to the 16th floor. The doors slid open, revealing a pristine white floor that was air-conditioned and lined with evenly spaced named rooms. The laboratories and offices were differentiated by the material of the doors and their width. Comfortable chairs were on either side of every room while occasional plants made the monotone colors of the floor more vibrant. Peter walked by room after room, the sound of his shoes echoing on the floor. He occasionally passed by a few people, some scientists and other interns whom he asked for more specific directions. It took an entire minute and a half from the lift to the lab, which spoke to the sheer size of the floor. He walked over to lab 1642A, where he found a beautiful middle-aged woman with a lab coat sitting on a chair. She noticed him walking toward the lab and frowned at him. She looked slightly confused as she looked back at her phone and back to him. Are you Mr. Peter Parker? She asked tentatively, as if scared of making a mistake. Yes, I am, not recognizing the woman but still extending his hand for a handshake. Nice to meet you. May I know who you are? Ah, Mr. Peter. Her eyebrows raised before chuckling and shaking his hand. Don't take this the wrong way, but you look nothing like the picture I was given. No offense taken, Peter smiled. It's not a very flattering picture. I can accept that. Ah, I forgot to introduce myself, she face-palmed. I'm Martha Connors, assistant professor for cancer biology. I read your notes on your experiments, and it's frankly quite incredible what you've achieved. Just doing what I can to make the world a little better, he waved off the compliment, acting modest, which made Martha's smile grow wider. Well, it's best you get in the lab, she said, grabbing a lab coat beside her and handing it to him. My husband absolutely cannot wait to meet you, and Norman has been practically jumping in excitement at your experiments. Peter thanked her and slipped on the lab coat, finally feeling at home. Never thought that wearing a lab coat would be so cathartic, he thought to himself before opening the dual doors and entering the laboratory. To say it was large would be an understatement. It was twice the size of the lab his former professor had, and the professor was the most highly regarded individual in the university. The lab he had just walked into was decked to the absolute limits. Oscorp indeed spent money as though it was nothing but water. There was an entire section for PCRs, another for cell cultures, immunology research, and more. Marble rows of desks lined the place on which instruments and equipment lay neatly ordered. Powerful laptops sat aside while a large fridge sat in a corner. This is easily the best lab I've ever seen, Peter thought to himself. Sorry, Professor. In the center of the lab, two men were talking to each other. One was quite animated, with small round glasses and thin blonde hair falling to either side, while the other looked like the embodiment of a businessman, Willem Dafoe in a suit and Oxfords. He had brown hair that was combed to the side, with piercing blue eyes that seemed to see through you. The moment he stepped into the lab, their heads turned in unison. Peter. Mr. Parker. Peter greeted them, his eyebrow twitching at meeting 616's most well-known and sadistic nemesis, and walked up to them, extending his hand. Finally. Dr. Kurt Connors, who now had two hands, said while shaking his hand a little too enthusiastically. You have no idea how much I've read your notes. Such a fresh perspective on fighting cancer could truly help us eliminate it. We're past this, Peter. Norman pushed his hand to the side and engulfed him in a tight hug before patting his shoulder. You've changed so much. I guess you've finally started listening to me about eating better. I can barely recognize you. I'll take that compliment, Peter nodded before turning to Dr. Connors. I've read all your papers, sir. If anything, the growing of T cells in a lab that you pioneered must have saved millions. Ah yes. Connors sighed, seemingly reminiscing the past. But the chance of the T cells going rogue is what bothered me. Immune-related adverse events are what haunt me. Watching a person's body killing itself is horrifying to watch. Ah, yes, about that, Peter cleared his throat. I believe I may have a theoretical solution to it. Well, not exactly a solution since I'm not solving the adverse events but am solving another problem. You have? Connor raised his brows in shock. You've devised another method other than inducing apoptosis. Well, the apoptosis pathways in cancer cells have defects, and thus, my theoretical solution would not be a total solution. Not all the cancer cells would die due to my chemical, it would merely reduce the speed of growth and the number of cells in the tumor. Peter shook his head. Connor shook his head in exasperation. Your partial solution can theoretically reduce stage 4 cancer to 3 in the simulations we've done in Oscorp. You're telling me you have a foolproof method to get rid of cancer? So soon? I believe so, but you're the expert here. You tell me. Peter unzipped his bag and passed the doctor a revised version of his notes that were specifically modified for other people. The very moment he formulated the plan to create Project Gene Lock, he knew he didn't have the required technology to design such a complicated protein or the genes that would code for its production. After all, even if he asked for the necessary equipment, it would be suspicious as it was unrelated to cancer. If he told them that it was to research a protein, then he would have to throw them a bone anyway, which was RPX, and he couldn't possibly ask to borrow a multi-million-dollar piece of equipment for a favor. Thus, he took a leaf out of the former Peter's book and modified the resonance proteins to specifically target cancer, so that he could access the technology needed to design them and could produce it in his house. He would try his best not to leave any traces. Perhaps Gwen could help with that. The resonance protein, or the RPX, resonance protein X, that he called this type of resonating protein has a specialized amino acid arrangement that acts like a frequency converter. When RPX captures energy from its surroundings, it goes through a complex process of energy transformation. This process involves the conversion of ambient electromagnetic noise, which exists at various frequencies, into specific vibrational patterns within the protein. It could even harness the beating of a heart for this. These aforementioned vibrational frequencies would attack the uncontrolled angiogenesis, creation of new blood vessels, induced by cancer, effectively cutting off the nutrient and oxygen supply to the cells. This was a method that would basically starve cancer to death, a fitting ending. To create RSPs, resonance stabilizing protein, and RDPs, resonance destabilizing protein, he would need another breakthrough in protein designing and DNA composition, thus there was a negligible chance of anybody else recreating Project Gene Lock. Even if they did, it would make them permanently sterile and could even instantly kill them due to not having BIHT to stabilize and control it. Now, wait a moment, Norman, who was watching both of them talk on the sidelines, finally spoke. I may not specialize in cancer research, but, you know, I'm something of a scientist myself. Don't be so modest, Norman, Connors snorted while going through Peter's notes. Shut up, Kurt, Norman snapped as though they were two buddies talking trash. He turned back to Peter with a grin on his face. As I was saying, there's a lot of the science talk I don't understand, but from what I've gleaned, you claim that your method is better than the one you previously sent us. That's right. Norman's grin extended further. If that's the case, we'll update the contract with much more favorable terms if you give us a license to produce it. Just like last time. It's just theoretical, sir, Peter chuckled. With that brain of yours, I don't doubt it'll pioneer something totally new. Your name will be in the textbooks, mark my words, he said before looking at his watch. As much as I want to watch you both work on the cure, I have a meeting in a few minutes, so I'll have to go. Go ahead, Norman, we'll be fine. Marth'll be here too, Connors muttered, absorbed in Peter's book. It was nice seeing you, sir. Goodbye, Peter, Norman waved before exiting the lab. I'm sure you both would have a lot to talk about. At 3:55 p.m. Are the drums ready? Gwen asked, nervously spinning her drumsticks on her dainty fingers. Yeah, they are, MJ, who was wearing a punk-themed outfit like the rest, spoke. Her vibrant, free hair cascaded down her back while she took a drink of water. The sound of the crowd outside served as a steady background noise. How many people are there? I don't know. Did you not read the mail they sent us? Gwen. All right, I'll stop asking questions, Gwen grumbled, leaning back. She too was wearing something of a similar theme to MJ. It was a tight-fitting black, white, and pink hoodie and pants with small metal studs poking out. She'd even sneaked in a few web designs near the arms as a nod to her dual identity. It was stupid but she liked it. Why are you so nervous today? You aren't usually like this in the previous concerts, MJ frowned while adjusting her jacket before giving her a sly grin. Perhaps, is it because of Parker? You've been talking to him a lot more lately and he isn't like a woodblock anymore. No, it's not him, Gwen shook her head. Although she wanted him to come with her to the concert, he was busy curing cancer, something she still had to struggle to wrap her head around. He'd told her not to tell anybody, which she wholeheartedly agreed to. Too much attention on oneself would only bring trouble, well, unless you're Ghost Spider. I just feel that something isn't right, she muttered under her breath. Ever since she stepped foot in the stadium, she'd felt highly uncomfortable. At first, she believed it was her spy day sense warning her, but eventually she realized that it was a constant warning, like someone holding their finger between one's forehead. It'll be fine. It's just the biggest stadium in Forest Hills. You're making it worse. Ha ha ha. MJ laughed, which sounded like tinkling bells. Guys. It's time. Glory Grant suddenly burst in, followed by Betty Brant. She was dark-skinned and had short hair that complemented her beautiful face. Like MJ, she too was trying her hand in the modeling business, while Betty Brant had a short but wavy bob cut. We're coming, MJ said, jumping up and clearing her throat before following Betty and Glory out the door and into the hallway leading to the stage. Gwen sighed to herself and got up too, following her friends. You ready? Glory said as they neared the stage entrance. We're gonna play on the largest stage in Forest Hills. As ready as I can be, Gwen chuckled. She could even hear the announcer in the front hyping up the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Maayan event. Please welcome, the most popular band in Forest Hills. The Maayaans. Blinding lights flashed in Gwen's face, and the crowd roared in excitement, but her eyes barely blinked. Something was not right, the feeling was getting worse, as though it was just about to fully activate her spider sense. She temporarily ignored it for now, waving at the roaring crowd and taking her place at the large set of drums, giving the drumsticks a showy twirl which made the crowd roar once more. Wait, Gwen's smile slipped off her face as she spotted something odd in the distance. Her enhanced eyesight pierced through the darkness, spotting an enormous figure charging towards them with speeds rivaling a car. It was about 6.5 feet tall and seemed to be sculpted out of pure muscle and sinew. A large horn grew out of its head as the sound of its superhuman booms reached her enhanced ears. With the introduction out of the way, let the show begin. Wait. Are you? Boom. Chapter 15, Bloodless Carcinoma. Gwen's lower power level will be explained. She will grow stronger. Wait. Are you? Boom. The superhuman donning a rhino costume slammed into the barricade, pushing through it like paper. Bang. 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 Ha 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 ha. I'm gonna run through the big wall. The rhino roared, shrugging off the bullets as though they were fly bites before running through the security, pulverizing their very bodies. Gwen looked on in horror as the blood of officers and civilians painted the avenue red. Screams of horror, pain, and fear rang out as a stampede ensued. People ran over each other to get away from the muscled monstrosity that was beelining straight toward the stage. Outrage rose in her eyes as she grit her teeth and dashed back toward the green room, using the chaos as a cover. She'd previously made sure that the room had no cameras, using the excuse of privacy as she never knew when trouble may sprout. She'd never known that what she feared would actually happen. Grabbing her bag, she quickly changed into her now easily recognizable Spider-Woman outfit, the ski mask, hoodie, goggles, and so on. But the moment she slapped on her web shooters, a resounding boom shook the room. She easily stabilized herself but realized that she would have been sent to the floor if she didn't have her powers. MJ. Betty. Glory, she panicked and burst through the door, coming across a horrifying scene. Corpses littered the avenue, blood coated the concrete, and bones were crushed to splinters. People had stomped others to death. Many teenagers' skulls were cracked open while their parents' bloodless bodies lay wrapped around them, still attempting to protect their progeny in death. Her friends were nowhere to be seen. Pure unadulterated rage flowed through her as she saw the perpetrator of the unneeded massacre repeatedly smashing into the stage, laughing in ecstasy. Ha 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 ha. I'm gonna run through this Foo * King thing. Big Foo * King box is gonna get smashed. Thweb. Web exploded from her web shooters and landed on the rampaging rhino who was in the process of reducing the stage she was standing on into rubble. You piece of shit. She growled, unable to come up with a witty quote while consumed by anger, and pulled herself toward him, making a small rip in his hide. The sheer force of Gwen's punch cut through the air akin to a missile, landing on his hide with the sound of a gunshot. Bang! Ugh! Rhino stumbled back a few steps back before looking at a flabbergasted Gwen, who was still stuck to his shoulder. Pest! He spat and attempted to swat, which failed miserably. Gwen flipped out of the way before landing smoothly, her ballet training leaking through. She could easily break the jaw of a common thug when barely using a quarter of her strength. After seeing that the rhino was superhuman, she used half her strength, which barely did any damage. She steeled her heart and dashed forward, her fist cracking through the air with the full force of 12 tons, but just before she could connect, her spy sense flared up, making her convert the punch into a roll which made her barely miss Rhino's punch. She immediately looked at the spot where she previously was and found a tranquilizer dart lodged in the ground. She looked behind her and saw 12 men in black suits, face masks, and gloves holding tranquilizer guns aimed at her. They all had badges on their right breast with the letters KP and 8 tentacles extending from behind them. Before she could begin comprehending the situation, an armored punch with enough strength to match flew toward her head. She smoothly dodged it, but her spy sense flared up once more as it sensed a projectile flying right towards her. With inhuman flexibility and speed, she twisted her lithe body to dodge the dart. This is not looking good, she thought as Rhino threw yet another haymaker and the men shot 3 more darts which she barely managed to dodge. No matter how fast she wasn't faster than a bullet. She had the precognition to sense the dart's trajectory, but when there are multiple darts and you throw in a superpowered muscled monstrosity, her spidey sense was starting to get overwhelmed. Her body could not keep up with her mind. Oof. Hey Rhino, is this a one-on-one brawl or did you invite your fan club? Don't worry, I've got enough web to go around for everyone. She tried to joke, but her heart was speeding up. The men were shooting at the perfect time and angle to make it practically impossible to dodge. If they continued with more darts, she may not be able to continue. It was as if they had specifically prepared this situation to take her down. I have no fan club. I smash walls. Rhino roared, cutting off Gwen's attempt to fight the men instead of Rhino. Looks like someone skipped the Villainous Monologues 101 class, she snorted, punching Rhino in the face with the entirety of her strength, making him stagger back. She then dashed toward the men who simultaneously released 12 shots at incredibly difficult angles to dodge. Shit! Gwen groaned as 2 darts lodged into her thigh. She immediately removed them and pushed on, knowing that she had far more resistance to drugs, but almost immediately, her vision blurred at the edges. Wah, she spluttered, taken by surprise. Just how much of a dose did one dart contain? Or was it just another drug? She jerked back to action and slammed her fist into a man's suit before he could reload. Slam! Another 4 men collapsed like bowling pins as she ran through them easily before the rest completed their reload and shot once more, their hands never trembling even for a second. Their fingers closed in on the trigger and unleashed another hail of tranquilizer darts point blank. Foo *K. Gwen growled, as a dart sank into her shoulder, injecting her with more of the sedative. Her vision blurred once more, but she powered through, pulling the last dregs of her willpower from her very soul, before plowing through the rest of the men, leaving broken bones and dislocated jaws in her wake. Ha, didn't you know, doing drugs is hazardous to your health? Ha! She panted, standing over her assaulters' unconscious bodies, her fists covered in their blood. Raic! Spider smash friends! I smash the spider! Rhino roared from a distance, a small bruise forming above his right eye. Wow, Rhino, you really have a way with words. But sorry, I'm not really into the whole getting smashed thing, unless it's from a certain someone. Let's stick to a more civilized dance, shall we? Gwen snapped back, growing a little delirious from the sedatives. Rhino leaned down and aimed his horn at her, digging his feet into the ground, preparing to bull rush, and Gwen snapped back to alertness. She could already deduce that Rhino had a hard time slowing down or changing direction given his large size and slow intelligence, but that wasn't enough to truly take him down. After a full 2 seconds of introspection, she came to a conclusion. I can't beat him. Not in my current state, she sighed to herself, somehow managing to balance on her wobbly feet among the numerous corpses. Her feet were covered in the blood of innocents who had come to watch her play the drums, and she had 3 large doses of superhuman incapacitating sedatives in her. Things weren't looking good for her. I need to damage him enough to get away in time. I gonna smash Spider and then I'm gonna run through that wall, Rhino growled, taking large thunderous steps while slowly speeding up. Running through walls? How original. But sorry, I've got a strict no rhino-shaped holes in the neighborhood policy. Let's find a better way to channel that energy, shall we? Rarg. I like holes. The giant Russian spat, approaching Gwen with the speed of a speeding car. No wonder your wife left you. Wait, do you even have a wife? Gwen further incensed him, her eyes locking on the tear in his hide. Shut you ppp. Thweb. Gwen somersaulted over the Rhino while webbing onto the tear in the hide and landing behind him, while the dumbass kept running forward. She held onto the web rope for her dear life, using Rhino's own momentum and her strength to pull against the hide, effectively making him rip off his skin. Arg! Rhino roared in pain as a large part of his back cleanly came off, making him skid off the ground and smash his head into the concrete at an incredible speed, temporarily knocking him out for a few seconds. Ah! Gwen cried out in pain as she landed, clutching her now bleeding hip. Her sedated reflexes failed to keep her from getting grazed by Rhino's horn, which meant that a large part of her skin along with small pieces of flesh was gone. Waves of pain racked her already weakening body, but her willpower never faltered, making her get to her feet, grab a black coat from one of the men, and disappear into the night. Spider! Rhino roared in pain and stood up the moment he snapped back to reality, looking down at the crater he'd formed. His back burned and bled due to his suit skin being torn off, covering him in immense agony. He looked behind him with bloodshot eyes, hoping to tear the spider apart with his bare hands, but he found absolutely nothing. There was nothing he could run through. But just before he could succumb to his madness, he spotted the half-wrecked stage. Fu *ku. He roared at the inanimate object before charging it head first. This can't possibly exist. The psi bond over here will not be able to support the structure, the protein will not be stable. Connors pointed out a point in the 3D projection of the theoretical RPX with a long stick. Look at the omega bond next to it, said Peter with a mouthful of a burrito. I did take that into account. Although it could counter the psi partially, it would still destabilize it. You can't fix the angle either, that would make RPX unable to resonate. Connor frowned, looking back at the only person in the cafeteria. They had come here for lunch but decided to point out the inconsistencies in RPX after eating. It won't destabilize instantly. We actually don't need it to be stable, Peter pointed out. We only need it to do its job. It would destabilize in an hour, will it do the job by then? We'll have to find out, Peter shrugged, inhaling another bite of the giant burrito. You're right, Connor sighed. We'll do an experiment in the session next week. Let's move on to the main problem of your solution. How would you solve the problem of the RPX attacking healthy cells? I do not want another fiasco like the adverse events. Yeah, that would not be pleasant, Peter said, finishing his meal. I thought that we could exploit the enhanced permeability and retention, EPR, effect that tumor cells show where substances can passively accumulate in them due to their leaky vasculature and impaired lymphatic drainage. How would you do that? Make molecules that could bind to the molecule receptors on the endothelial cells. Exactly. Said Peter excitedly. There was nothing that got him more passionate than biology. We could design ligands more specifically. They could even inhibit the VEGF pathways to mess with cancer even more. That's... Connor's eyebrows disappeared into his messy hair. Ingenious in a tall order. Do you think you could really design something like that? I think I see a... Ring. Ring. Peter's phone vibrated in his pocket. I'm sorry, but could you excuse me for a moment? Oh, of course, Connor waved his hand, motioning him to continue. Gwen, he thought to himself, confused. It was 4:15 p.m., and the concert should have started by now. Why was she calling him? Did something happen? He picked up the call, and his eyes immediately reduced to pinpricks when he heard Gwen's pained, slurring voice. 20 Funo, 23rd Street. Alley between 23rd and 24th. Help. Chapter 16, The Strengthening Dilemma. Help, Peter jolted from his seat, startling Dr. Connors. I apologize, but it is an emergency. I have to leave. Now. He explained, stuffing his notes and other valuables in his backpack before slinging it on. I am very, very sorry, sir, but I have to go. Dr. Connors' confused expression morphed into one of seriousness. You need a fast ride back home. Peter thought for a moment before nodding. Getting a taxi would be a hassle. Go on then. Run, Connors nodded, taking out his phone and dialing a number. I'll make sure security doesn't stop you. They'll give you a ride too. I owe you, sir, Peter waved to the doctor, to which he snorted. The world owes you, Peter. The elevator he once thought was pretty fast now seemed to be moving at a snail's pace as his heart beat faster. How is Gwen in trouble? Even if she met one of her common enemies, she should be able to curb stomp them easily. Most of her villains would fall like a deck of cards before her strength. Only the likes of Morlun could have a fighting chance, he thought in confusion before a tiny hint of fear crept into his heart. It's not the inheritors, right? Did it start this fast? Fu *k. The moment the elevator opened on the ground floor, he dashed out, making the receptionist jump. Hey! You're supposed to sign out. She called out after him but was stopped by a security guard who was on his phone. It's fine. He's cleared, he confirmed. Peter ran towards the exit where a security guard outside motioned towards his car before getting in. He was let through all the security checks, which spoke to Dr. Kurt Connor's sheer reach in the company, and quickly jumped into the back seat, opening the door before him. Where to, sir? The guard inquired, starting up the car that let out a large rumble. 123 Main Street, Forest Hills, Peter said, wearing the seatbelt in the back, a habit born from that traumatic memory. Just follow my directions, I'll point out the destination to you. Sure, the security-cum-driver shrugged before pressing down on the gas pedal. "It's that house right there," Peter pointed at the place he now called home after driving for 10 minutes at speeds that would have most definitely gotten them caught. Fortunately, once the police saw the Oscorp logo on the security vehicle, they promptly ignored them. For once, corruption did something good. Once the driver stopped the car, he immediately exited, running toward the door. "Thank you, sir." "No problem, just doing my job." He almost fumbled the keys, but he unlocked the door, grabbed Ben's car keys and ran back out, locking it once more. "Thank TOAA that Uncle Ben hates driving," he sighed in relief, jumping into the driver's seat, turning on the car, and revving its engine. He exited the driveway with a fury, speeding through the lanes with just enough speed to not get caught. As every second ticked by, he thought of worse and worse scenarios. Nobody could possibly truly hurt Gwen unless superhuman villains teamed up on her. Even then, she usually lost because she held back her enormous strength. Thankfully, he knew Gwen wouldn't call him to help her fight, as he'd get eviscerated within seconds. Thus, it was easy to assume that he wouldn't be in much danger, unless someone faked Gwen's voice to lure him in. But who would do that? Mephisto? That was the only person he could think of with any reason to target him. Osborn perhaps? But he didn't think Osborn was the goblin yet, but even if he was, he could merely blow up his house. Well, I'd be dead if any of those scenarios happened, he thought morosely, putting on a black glove with a single hand while driving. He then flailed around the side of the seat he was sitting on. Ah! Found it! His hand reached down into a hidden holster and found Ben's Glock 19. It wasn't protection, as it would do jack shit to most supervillains, but he felt secure knowing it was around. If anyone tried anything funny, he'd give them a taste of sweet, sweet freedom. Well, at least, he would try his best. He took 5 long minutes to reach Gwen's alley, which almost felt like an eternity. The alley wasn't far from the Forest Hills Stadium. He could see police sirens and ambulances in the distance, his improved eyesight working wonders. He parked on the relatively empty 23rd Street, leaving the car with the gun in his pocket. Walking briskly, he kept a vigilant eye on the ground. Sure enough, as he reached the edge of the street, he discovered tiny droplets of blood on the concrete. His pace quickened even further as he followed the trail, purposefully stepping on each droplet. After all, forensic techniques were quite advanced. She's hurt that bad, he thought in trepidation. Just what did she fight? The tiny droplets of blood slowly grew, leading him to a relatively tiny space between 2 buildings marked by a bloody handprint. He pulled out his gun and used the back of it to rub off the blood fingerprints, erasing the easiest, and most used form of identification. He didn't bother with the blood, as it would become forensically inert within 4 hours with the current temperature and exposure to sunlight. He then slipped through the gap, coming face to face with what he'd feared. An unconscious Gwen wearing a black suit lay splayed on the concrete, her bloody hands clutching her hip. She was still dressed in her ghost spider outfit, and a long piece of what looked like rhino hide lay beside her. Even her wound looked like she narrowly missed a goring. Damn! Peter growled to himself, picking up Gwen in a princess carry and running out of the alley with the rhino hide draped across his shoulder. Luckily, her healing factor had already clotted her wound, even the exposed flesh showed signs of healing. She shouldn't be knocked out from just this, Peter thought furiously as he ran to his car, the girl in his arms weighing almost nothing. The enhanced muscular growth was working wonders. Why could Rhino knock her out? Did she get jumped? Better to ask her when she wakes up. He ran to the car and carefully placed her in the back seat before getting into the driver's seat and driving home. Peter looked at the clock that read 5 p.m. and turned back to the unconscious, unmasked Gwen on his couch. Her lean torso was carefully bandaged while he removed her hoodie and covered her with a blanket. He hid the aforementioned ghost spider clothes, as she probably wouldn't want her identity leaking if her dad decided to barge in. He merely bandaged her up as her healing factor was already doing most of the work. But the thing that interested him the most was the black suit. Perhaps it was a random piece of clothing Gwen picked up, or it may not be, but the KP symbol with 8 tentacles growing from behind it caught his eye. "I have so many questions for you, Gwen," he muttered under his breath before slipping on his lab coat and pulling out one of her samples from the refrigerator. "Why on earth are you not as strong as you should be?" he thought in confusion. The news had already reached his ears as the video of a giant rhino skin-wearing behemoth charging through numerous innocent people had wormed onto the internet. There was an enormous digital uproar as superheroes were almost a myth. The Fantastic Four were dismissed as an urban legend, the supreme leader of Latveria, being able to do magic was propaganda, while Spider-Woman and the Shocker were touted as gifted engineers with powerful exoskeletons and shock gauntlets respectively. But when a 6 feet 5 inches mountain of muscle runs through civilians while dressed up as a rhino and shrugging off bullets, there is no denying it. The rhino seems just as strong in the comics, but Gwen isn't. What else in the universe is different? He frowned to himself, beginning another DNA sequencing with the NGS method to make sure of something. While annotating the differences between his and her genome, he was too busy working on the serum to bother diving too deep into her DNA. Of course, he identified the sections that coded for her strength, agility, and the like, but he simply didn't have the time to satiate his inner scientist. But now, he needed to see whether there was something wrong. He didn't think he could blame her lacking strength on it being a different timeline, as most spider totems, humans mixed with spider DNA, were quite strong to keep the web of life intact. The reads of the DNA were quickly generated within half an hour, and he went to work, decoding it to deduce if something looked off. Another half hour passed before he could spot anything worth mentioning, and it was not good. Fu*K, this is a headache. Chapter 17, Bioelectric Shock. Fu*K, this is a headache, he said, rubbing his chin. While he couldn't currently completely confirm it, he had enough evidence to hypothesize why he thought Gwen's powers were so diminished. Well, the answer was quite ironic. The reason her powers were diminished was because of the very reason she didn't undergo irreversible and constant mutation when she got bitten. Her DNA was so adamant at preventing mutations that if it could, it would have rejected the foreign spider DNA forcibly injected into her. Unfortunately, the regulatory sequences in her DNA couldn't prevent the foreign DNA from integrating into itself via the spider venom, thus it did its best to accept the least amount of the DNA before locking away the rest. Would this affect the genome serum? He pondered before shaking his head. I only adapted it based on her genome. I engineered it to be perfectly capable of adapting to the lizard serum. He then looked at his PC and marked all the pieces of Gwen's genome that were suppressed by regulatory sequences. Oh, her strength isn't the only thing that was suppressed, he thought, slightly surprised. Why are the regulatory sequences suppressing genes for bioelectricity? Wait, camouflage? Spiderweb too? Confusion racked his brain, as he double-checked and triple-checked the results. Did she get bitten by a version of Miles' spider, he thought, his eyebrows in his hair. I'll need to ask her exactly where and when she got bit. It's probably Oscorp, but anything could change in an alternate universe. Whatever it was, Gwen wasn't as strong as her counterpart spider people yet. It was something that he could change eventually, but at the moment, he was more vulnerable than he'd thought. Being a normal human in a world full of cosmic entities is not comfortable in the least. Perhaps I should get the lizard serum sooner than later. He sighed and sat down next to Gwen, whose eyes finally began flickering open. Gwen? He tentatively asked as her eyelids finally opened, revealing beautiful but groggy blue irises. Peter. She whispered, poking his cheek with a finger. Yeah, it's me, Peter smiled, removing the finger that dug into his cheek and holding her hand. Oh, it's this dream again. She grumbled to herself before looking back at him. Be gentle, please. Aldrich Killian looked at the sequencer with a vein pulsing in his forehead while Maya stood at the back, knowing what was about to happen. He slapped away the large blood vial he'd received, making it smash into the floor while gritting his teeth before taking a long shaky breath, barely suppressing the incredible rage flowing through him. He picked up his phone and dialed the very same number as before. Hello. Yes, sir. How may we help? You did not complete the contract, Killian said, smiling calmly, hiding his rage behind his dead eyes. Excuse me, sir? Although the ghost spider evaded our capture, we gave you the samples you wanted. We have already compensated you for our mismanagement. We apologize for not completing the service you wanted. Samples I wanted. Aldrich spat, gripping his phone harder. Not only is it mixed with that brain-dead bull's DNA and forensically inert, it's also mixed with the blood of 33 other people. It's useless. Sir, anger is not going to get us anywhere. Let us solve this like civilized people. Solve this. Killian practically growled. How the *K do you have the audacity to send me such a thing? Isn't your organization supposed to complete a damn contract properly? Sir. Let me speak to the director. Sir, he's busy. Let me speak to that lying sack of shit. Will do, sir. Click. Ring. Ring! Aldrich reined in his anger once more, but this time it was ready to explode any moment. Hello? A voice responded. You son of a bitch! Why did you foo *k up my contract? Killian spat, spraying his spittle everywhere. I paid you. You gave me an unstable product. I give you mixed DNA. That sounds fair enough to me. That is not how it works. You knew it was unstable and yet we made a deal on this. You can't rescind the contract. You'll be put out of business. I can and I will. Beep. The director cut the call. Arg. Aldrich burst into a fit of rage before throwing the phone at the wall. First Stark and now the foo *king director. When will it stop? When will he ever be taken seriously? Maya. He suddenly snapped to his colleague in the back, while the remnants of his phone lay scattered on the floor. What? She asked, her heart jumping into her throat. Aldrich was becoming more and more unstable by the day. He looked at the shelf with samples of extremis. I need your help, he said, madness consuming his vision. I need you to help me do something a little extreme. Bam! A large fist of an even more gigantic figure smashed down on the wooden table, making beautiful patterns on its surface. His figure was concealed by the dark shadows that seemed to cloak him, perks of sitting in unusually dark rooms, their dark limbs seemingly swirling about. Regardless, people who knew him would recognize him immediately. Even if he wore the world's best disguise, his hulking, almost frighteningly unnatural body would give him away. Did you just do what I think you did? He growled in a gravelly voice, one that would make one's chest rumble. How would I know? A short man also covered in shadows, responded. He sat opposite the giant man and was barely noticeable. Of course, in the presence of that giant, anyone's presence would become negligible. No matter how dumb you are, it's hard to deduce the human brain. Psychological methods do exi. Stop! The man yelled, making the table before him rumble. With that arrogant front of yours. I know you, and you know I know. There's no point in playing this game. Tell me, why did you scam a customer of ours? Because I found it worth the betrayal, the man shrugged nonchalantly. How? The giant asked in an eerily quiet voice. It seemed like the angrier he got, the calmer his mind got. The short man sighed. I know Aldrich Killian. We study our clients in detail for a reason. He's a highly unstable and emotionally immature person, a desperate person. Haven't convinced me yet. Haven't started yet, the man spat, and the giant chuckled. As I was saying, Aldrich Killian will most definitely take the serum. Explain. His decisions are fundamentally rooted in the realms of psychology and observation. You see, his decisions, while seemingly spontaneous owing to the madness nestled deep in his heart, are often influenced by an interplay of conscious and subconscious factors. And you've studied these factors. Indeed. If Killian survives, he shall be used as a test subject to extract extremis. If he doesn't, good for us. The serum is highly unstable and seems to affect the brain in a negative way, greatly. It's better for its legend to either begin with Killian or die with him. That's it. The giant's voice took a darker undertone. Did the chemicals in the accident foo *k up your brain to that extent? Did you sacrifice the integrity of our company over a small chance of getting the serum? Why don't you break in and experiment on it? You damn well know who funded that project. You don't mess with those people. Scamming Killian is one thing, and directly stealing the formula is another. We'd be dismantled in seconds. So what? The giant practically shouted, standing up, 6 feet and 7 inches of muscle looming over the small man. You might have done the same thing by ruining our integrity. I have not. Extremis would be the greatest step in human evolution. It is essential for us to get our hands on it. A short moment of silence passed between the two contrasting men before the giant spoke. This is the second time you've taken a drastic decision without consulting me. This cannot go on. The consequences are not what a short foo *k like you can handle. Oh really? The man stood up, looking pathetic before the giant. Yes, the behemoth grumbled. You're treading on thin ice here. Better make sure you don't slip. Good thing I don't use my legs, the man growled. Creak. Shink. 4 giant metallic tentacles stretched out from behind his back and slammed into the ground before extending, raising him up. Who's looking down on who now? It's who's looking down on whom. Chapter 18, Embers of Ambition. Be gentle, please. Peter. She asked once more, her hand going limp in his. Yet? I'm here, he sighed, but she fell asleep once more before she could answer. She's probably sedated if she's this groggy. But how on earth did they manage to do that, he thought, prying out his hands from Gwen's unnaturally firm grip. The video on the news cut off once Rhino smashed into the stage, thus the only evidence of there being a second or third party were the ropes of spiderweb on the ground after police reached the scene. Nothing other than the dead civilians were found on the site, but the Rhino in the video seems like the comic one, thus he wouldn't resort to using weapons as he would prefer to smash into whatever he was facing face first. He stood up and looked at the small box that held all the suspicious clothes he'd found today, Gwen's hoodie, mask, and the black suit coat. The only options for how she got sedated would be with tranquilizer darts, loaded with an extremely powerful drug. Due to their speed, even her spy-day sense could have gotten overloaded if enough of them were shot simultaneously. The other option would be for her to have ingested it, which is very unlikely. That would mean they made her ingest it as Gwen and not as Ghost Spider, which would imply that her identity was compromised. That would be highly improbable, as they would have been much more discreet with her attempted capture. Unless they're mad and wish to spread terror, he opened the compartment and stared at the odd symbol once more. Possible, but unlikely. It's most probably a complete coincidence that they attacked Gwen's concert. They probably wished to attack the largest gathering of people to draw out Gwen, but the fact that they didn't attack to kill, but to sedate her is worrying. Do villains already wish to study her and her DNA? KP and 8 tentacles growing from behind it, he closed the compartment. The initials just scream Kingpin, but the tentacles probably represent Dr. Otto Octavius. Are they working together? Well, it's an alternate universe after all, but if it's true, Gwen has her work cut out for her. Kingpin plus Otto is not something to scoff at. Foo *K, Gwen muttered as her eyes fluttered open, focusing on a familiar white ceiling. She seemed to be lying on a bed without her mask or her hoodie while her torso was bandaged. Did Peter find me? MJ? Glory? Betty? Are they okay? Her head snapped to the side and sure enough, she spotted Peter religiously working at one of his many machines while wearing a lab coat and his goggles. Why does he look different? Peter? Is that you? Gwen said, sitting up on the bed and reaching for her phone only to find it missing. Foo *K, my phone was still in the alley. Peter looked to the side, and his face split into a grin. You're finally awake. Why don't you look half dead anymore? Eating better and working out, he shrugged and walked up to her, his hands in his pockets. He really looked different. His skinny physique was now healthier, his skin was devoid of blemishes and was clear, but the most prominent thing was that his spectacles were now different. The comical round glasses that made him look like a dork were replaced by clear rectangular spectacles that went beautifully with his eyes. The combination of all the aforementioned factors made him look 3 times as handsome. Wait. Gwen said, tearing her eyes from his face. Your body changed this much in 2 days. Well, I've been eating for a lot longer, but I understand the confusion, he said, pulling out his phone and flipping through it. Here, this should explain it. Okay. Gwen's face turned all the more confused as she accepted the phone and looked at its screen. It was covered in random bars in different places and angles while a large part was highlighted. She looked back at him as though he'd gone mad. And this is supposed to make sense. That's a very, very, very small part of my genome, Peter grinned, acting as though what he gave her made perfect sense. What's wrong? Peter. Yet. You know I can suplex you to the moon, right? Ahem, fair enough. It's called RMRS, Rapid Muscle Regenesis Syndrome. I possess genetic variations that lead to hyperactivation of pathways involved in muscle protein synthesis, optimal myogenic satellite cell activation and a damn good metabolism, too good actually. My body almost began devouring itself when I barely ate. As far as I know, I'm the only one with it, but my father could have had it too. You're being completely serious? Is that why you were so skinny? Gwen said, giving him back his phone. I am, he nodded, sitting on a chair and spinning around to pass the time. What do you call it again? RMR what? RMRS or Rapid Muscle Regenesis Syndrome. Didn't figure it out until I got the Oscorp machines, Peter replied, stopping the chair as he was getting dizzy. There are so many more layers to it, such as the efficient nutrient utilization, enhanced vascularity, and many more epigenetic factors. If I explain all the nitty-gritty specifics in complete detail, we'll be here for the rest of the day. I wouldn't mind that. Gwen gave him a sly grin, but he didn't falter. He was now immune to her mental games. You do have to call your dad, though. He's probably losing his mind over you not being found. Wait, you didn't call him yet? Gwen's eyes widened before fumbling for her phone before realizing once more that it was not with her. I did try calling him for 5 minutes, but the number was busy. He was most probably calling you. I dropped him a text too, but he hasn't seen it yet, he said before tossing her his unlocked phone. Oh, she caught his phone. Thank you. No prob. For everything. Peter grunted as Gwen vanished from her spot and reappeared before him, engulfing him in a hug that almost squeezed the air out of him. Her arms locked behind his back, and she buried her head in his chest. You're welcome. Thanks, she mumbled once more, her voice muffled before skipping away to the corridor to call her father. Focus, he practically yelled into his head as he robotically turned back toward the machines. Focus. It took quite a while to reach Captain Stacy as he'd probably kept it on silent mode, but Gwen eventually managed to get through, which made him ecstatic. After he berated Gwen for not calling him instead and confirming that her friends made it out alive with merely light injuries, he thanked Peter, whom Gwen dragged onto the phone much to his unwillingness as he was working on a project. You are not taking this now. Peter stood before the clothes compartment. What? Why? Gwen asked, confused. I'm banning you from all Spider-Woman activities. You are to live a normal life for a while. But why? So many people need saving out there. She countered, her brows furrowing. New York City needs Spider-Woman. Perhaps, Peter shrugged. With the emergence of supervillains, superheroes were now needed more than ever. But your existence out there puts the people of New York all the more in danger. Did you not see what they did today? Killing dozens of people to get you out in the spotlight? That will continue, but it's about more than that. I know people will die because of my incompetence, I think about that every second of my existence, but they would suffer fates worse than that if those psychos take over, she said, visibly frustrated. You're telling me that I shouldn't go out and save people for a while? Why? Getting past the spider morality will be hard. Good thing she's just begun heroism, he sighed to himself. I'm telling you not to sacrifice your mental and physical health at the cost of people who truly care about you, he stressed the word care, which made her falter. Those people will always be your worst weakness. Your reverse scale. Thus, you've either got to cut it off or work within the space you've been given while ensuring that their lives aren't compromised. But... she began, but Peter wasn't done. He had to let it out, lest someone from her rogue gallery decides to kidnap him as leverage. You're an amateur now, any competent supervillain could figure out your identity in a few weeks if they put their mind to it. I wouldn't be surprised if they haven't already begun, given the concert accident, he spoke firmly. Well... She attempted to make a counterpoint but was at a loss for words. The chance of her loved ones getting hurt while she pursued vigilantism was her greatest fear, and Peter's rant hit her right where it hurt. She sighed, and her shoulders slumped. What should I do? Aren't you the genius engineer here? He chuckled. You built the damn web shooters in a junkyard? It has so many applications, explore that. Also, build a better suit that does its job while I create a few more variations of the web fluid that'll be useful to you. Wow, thanks. I can do that, Gwen said after a few seconds of thought. But am I still barred from helping people? Only as Spider-Woman, Peter sighed. It's about laying low for a while, Gwen. Use the time to regain your bearings and get some upgrades. Yeah, I will, Gwen said after a few seconds of thought. You know, you're already doing so much for me that you really don't need to give me a birthday present in April. I probably need to do something for you. Her birthday is in 3 months. Well, I can always help her unlock her potential then. Your birthday present will dwarf this by a large margin, he snorted, as Gwen's eyebrows disappeared into her hair. You really don't have to, you know. Gwen said. But I want to, so I'll do it, he shrugged. My genius can spare some brave. Peter's breath was knocked away once more as Gwen slammed into him for another hug before abruptly vanishing from the room, leaving behind a soft, echoing bye. He mentally groaned in disappointment as he'd felt so comfortable in her embrace, almost melting in there, but he quickly regained his composure. He was in a dangerous world, and while he was still an ordinary human, he could not take a break. Looking at the numerous machines on the table with renewed determination, he took a deep breath. He now had new information about regulatory sequences in people's DNA, access to better equipment, and a brain that could beat most of humanity with a hand tied behind its back. The previous four-stage process for genome adaptation seemed primitive, like a man dragging a large stone block not knowing that wheels would make it infinitely easier. His hazel eyes now housed the embers of ambition, just waiting for the spark to be lit. He had the opportunity to grab this world by the balls. And he would take it. 3 months, hey. I can do better. Far better. Chapter 19, Flames of Ambition. Are you that excited, Gwen? He chuckled, as she skipped beside him. What does it look like? She grinned as they made their way back home after a long day at school. It had been 2 weeks since the concert incident, and Gwen's mental health was improving. After all, seeing dozens of people pulverized into bloody pieces before your eyes would be traumatizing to anybody. Do we really have to wait till we get to your house? She groaned, eyeing his backpack. There aren't any cameras here. Better to be safe than sorry, and it's not in my backpack anyway. He shrugged and gave her a smirk that made her knees weak. Why so impatient? I don't know, she sighed. Stopping my nightly escapades seems to have given me surplus energy. Nothing seems to have happened in the last 2 weeks. Peter merely smiled back. Contrary to her, he believed that a lot had happened in the past 2 weeks. He'd completed the incorporation of his professor's regeneration pathways into Project Lizard, which holistically enhanced it in every way possible. Project GeneLock's formula had been set in stone, and a functioning prototype of his cancer cure had been synthesized, which made Osborn ecstatic. Most importantly, his study of Gwen's regulatory sequences boosted his genome adaptation to the high heavens. After all, the very reason why he had made it a 4-stage process was that the body rejected foreign DNA. Now that he'd identified the reason for said rejection regulatory sequences, he could reduce it to a 2-stage process. Moreover, he'd already perfected his genes in the 1st stage. Thus he only had one more stage to go through, one that he would undergo today. I mean, you did grow an inch and become more, muscular. Gwen shamelessly looked him up and down, taking note of his baggy clothing. I'm kinda jealous, you know. I want that arm whatever. Yeah right, says the one who has something a lot better. Peter shook his head in exasperation. While there indeed were mutations such as the myostatin-related muscle hypertrophy that increased muscle growth to an insane degree in cattle and humans, it came with a whole lot of complications, especially cardiovascular problems. On the other hand, RMRS, Rapid Muscle Regenesis Syndrome, was something that he'd pulled out of his ass to explain his rapid climb to health and increased muscle mass. He could use that as an excuse for a few other things, as he really did not want to be pressured into sharing his serums with other people. Debatable, Gwen innocently shrugged, and she picked up the pace, forcing him to catch up. You could walk slower, you know. Don't you have the RMPS shit? She asked. It's RMRS, Gwen, and it doesn't make me walk faster. Ah, a shame. Why is your room the exact same every time I'm here? She asked, jumping on his bed and making herself at home after getting asked a million questions about her health by Aunt May. You've been here only 3 times, Gwen, he sighed, throwing his bag to the side and heading over to the fridge. 4 times, she corrected, lying spread-eagled on his bed. This is comfy. You came in uninvited the 3rd time, he grumbled. Wait, I need to be invited in here. She looked at him, giving him the cute puppy eyes. No, Peter relented, giving in to the oldest trick in the book, before opening the fridge and picking out 3 flasks with stoppers on them. It had a thick, viscous semi-solid liquid that was almost grey in color. Are these the ones? She exclaimed in excitement, vanishing from his bed and reappearing next to his shoulder. They look a little different from my normal webs. That's the point, he grinned and pointed to one of the stoppers labeled web nets. That one would be incredibly useful. When you shoot it out, it, forms an incredibly powerful net that should trap most foes. That, really would be useful, she said in awe and looked at the one beside it. Impact webbing. Explodes on touch to incapacitate opponents. Web shields. Hardens into an incredibly thick substance when in contact with magnesium. It's your job to engineer it so that it hardens into the shape of a shield, he shrugged. I can do that. I just need to modify my modified web shooters. It's easy enough, but this will be so helpful. Gwen said in happiness, her face splitting into a wide grin before giving Peter one of her signature crushing hugs. "Ah! Your muscles feel nice." "What?" "Nothing. I was just wondering how I could pay you back." "You've done so much for me already," she shrugged, pretending as though the last 3 seconds never happened. "Consider it a thank you for saving my life." He waved it off, sitting on a chair to catch his breath. Gwen hugged hard. "You returned the favor when I was lying unconscious in the alley." Gwen snorted and moved forward, placing her hands on the armrest of Peter's chair. "Is there really nothing I can do for you?" "Well, there is something," he began, looking at Gwen's beautiful face that was uncomfortably close to his own. "Oh. Is there?" She grinned, leaning a bit closer. "Yeah," he nodded, his prodigious mind almost overclocking to keep himself calm. "It's something I could do myself, but you helping me would be much, much better." She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, somehow making it look sensual. He could almost feel her breath on his face. "Go on. Can you?" he began. "Teach me engineering." Peter sighed to himself as Gwen left the room after forcibly inviting him to have dinner at her house next week, while looking as though she would not take no for an answer. He half expected her to chuck him across the room if he even tried to dodge the invite, which almost made him laugh out loud. He agreed to the invitation as he genuinely liked spending time with her. However, as for starting a relationship, he would consider it once he injected himself with the lizard serum, which was merely a day away. If he revealed it prematurely, there was a chance she would stop him from taking it. After all, he didn't want to keep that a secret from her before starting a relationship. Moreover, the friendships they were forming in school weren't looking the best. Harry hadn't appeared even once in the last 2 weeks of school, and when they called Norman Osborn, he'd informed them that Harry had left him a note and had disappeared. Search operations were ongoing without public scrutiny. The official news was that he was seriously injured in a car crash. Flash had stopped approaching him for a few days after Harry confronted him but tried to bully him once more a few days back. Unluckily for him, Peter had broken his nose with a well-timed punch, which did the job. The last he saw of Flash was him scrambling down the corridor as he beat him black and blue. Glory Grant and Betty Brant were moving to California after their high school, leaving only MJ hanging out with them. But even she was focusing on her model career, which didn't give her much time. Time is the herald of change. Wonder if I'd be able to control it someday. He began daydreaming but quickly snapped out of it. Now, for today's main event, he thought, standing up and heading to the fridge again. He opened it, letting out yet another blast of cold air before bending down and opening a compartment with a long syringe filled with a serum that looked akin to liquid gold. "You took so long to foo *king make," he groaned in his head and grabbed a belt, heading to the bathroom. This serum was not supposed to have any visceral reaction, but it was better to be safe than sorry. He entered the large bathroom and carefully placed the compartment to the side before undressing, revealing the work he'd put in the gym in the last 2 weeks and the enhancements he'd received once he reached genetic perfection. His musculature exuded a harmonious blend of lean definition and functional power, and his shoulders boasted a broadness that complemented his well-defined upper arms. The contours of his biceps and triceps rippled beneath his skin, and his forearms were lined with a network of vena pathways, indicating not only his vascular efficiency but also the robustness of his blood supply. His chest was sculpted to perfection, his pectorals perfectly carved, while a finely edged six-pack adorned his abdomen, boosting his stability and core strength. His obliques were just as well defined, weaving an intricate pattern down his sides, their tone evident even when he failed to flex. "Didn't skip leg day, either," he chuckled, flexing his defined quads before kneeling before the toilet and pulling out the now golden syringe. He bit down on the belt he'd brought and inserted the needle into his forearm. Swish! The entirety of the liquid flowed into his bloodstream, which made him wince ever so slightly. The moment it touched his blood, it immediately began diffusing something he could feel very clearly. With a muffled groan, he dropped the syringe that clattered to the ground near his feet as he clutched his stomach, feeling his muscles contract and relax at dizzying speeds. Every single muscle group looked like something, or multiple of said something, was moving underneath it, making it ripple and pop akin to the waves in the ocean. The temperature began to rise as his genome was continuously spliced, the DNA in every single cell in his body changing, adapting them to perfectly accept the lizard serum he'd created, and to perhaps even enhance it to some extent. "I did not predict this, *k, he screamed in his head as the temperature of his body began to rise to an incredible degree. He dragged himself over to the shower close to him and turned on the cold water at full blast. He knew it wouldn't help as much as he wanted it to, but it would do something, at the very least. The heat didn't stop, increasing without limit, making even the robust enzymes in his enhanced body begin to denature their active sites, deforming and malfunctioning, unable to complete their jobs. If that ever were to happen, he would die. Plain and simple. Eating, drinking, protein formation, anything you could possibly think of would cease to exist the moment his enzymes deformed. Hiss! Steam began emanating from the skin the water came into contact with, billowing up in the room as muffled grunts of pain turned into faint echoes. His writhing silhouette moved slower and slower until he moved no more. He lay in a steaming heap, invisible to the world, unmoving. Yet a few seconds later. Thump! 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 Ugh! Two glowing green eyes pierced through the steam, the embers of ambition now a swirling flame. Chapter 20, Inferno of Ambition. The bathroom door slammed open, and steam billowed out into his room the moment it did. He was thankful Uncle Ben hadn't come around to installing a fire alarm in the old house, something about sullying its beauty. His lean figure scrambled out of the steam before grabbing a towel and disposing of the used syringe. After wiping himself down, he changed into cleaner clothes before opening the windows, to not accidentally smoke the house. Well, it is free sterilization of the room, after all, he shrugged, before collapsing on the bed. He didn't feel all that different, just unnaturally exhausted. The only thing that was glaringly different was the fact that he could consciously change his iris color from his original hazel to bright, glowing green. It was like a new muscle in his face that he had to get used to. Could be worse, he thought, getting up from his bed and cleaning up the room. He'd completely adapted his genome to accept the lizard serum and even enhance it. I can't wait any longer. He clenched his fists after the room was relatively steam-free before heading over to the fridge once more. He opened the fridge and slid out the hidden compartment with the sticky note on it. There were 2 vials just like last time, but one was blood red while the other was a pale maroon. The red one was the lizard serum, which was unexpected due to it traditionally being green, while the other was the gene lock serum. The latter would merely take a few seconds to inject and activate, as it was, in crude terms, instructing his body to produce a new organelle that would produce the RSP, resonance stabilizing protein, which would be produced constantly, and RDP, resonance destabilizing protein, that would be far more long-lasting and would be similarly produced but would be a bit more stable, allowing his DNA to quickly degenerate a few seconds after leaving his body. Of course, the BIHT, biologically interfaced hormonal trigger, had been incorporated, allowing him to switch the ability on and off at will. But regardless of how cool the gene lock serum was, he was the most excited for the lizard serum. It was the amalgamation of the work he'd put in both his lives. The sheer amount of work and research that he'd put into this evolutionary and biological marvel was unprecedented. He really did not know what to expect when it came to this enhanced serum. Well, he did deduce the effects, but it was always subject to change. Biology was always hard to predict. He mentally grinned before standing up and carefully transferring the serums from inside the vials to the long syringes in the room. He then placed the aforementioned syringes into compartments that went into his backpack. He chuckled, slinging on his backpack while his eyes briefly flashed a bright green. "You do know that this is madness, right?" Maya said, strapping Aldrich Killian to the large inclined bed in the laboratory. "There is a thin line between madness and genius," Killian snorted as Maya clasped the last strap, removing his mobility altogether. He looked at her, his eyes almost dead. "And I've crossed that line. Leapt past it, more like. You're self-aware, at the very least," she weakly chuckled before stepping back and looking at her shirtless colleague, his physical disabilities making his position very uncomfortable. "I'm going to ask you once again. Do you know the risk? 93% chance of extremis instability. 95% chance of overdose. 82% chance of heat overload," Killian whispered to himself, closing his eyes. 99% chance of insanity. "You're still up for this?" Maya said, her eyes emanating sadness. "You can still go back, you know." "No." Killian roared. "The moment we fail this project, they'll doom us to fates worse than death." All right," Maya sighed, giving in, moving behind an incredibly thick wall of bulletproof glass in the lab and sealing off Killian in a contained room. Her hand hovered over a red button before leaning toward the mic near the control board. "You were one of the smartest colleagues I've ever met, Killian. It was a pleasure working with you." He merely closed his eyes once more, refusing to say a word. "Killian." Silence. You're such an idiot. You don't have to do this, she mentally groaned before slipping on some sunglasses and forcing herself to press the button. Click. Krrrrrr. A sophisticated metallic arm retracted from the ceiling, a fiery liquid burning within the syringe grafted onto it. Amidst the fiery embrace, I shall forge my truest strength, he chanted mentally as he heard the arm slowly descend before inserting the syringe into the back of his head. Ugh! He growled, gritting his teeth as the needle released the fluid up to the cervical nerves, into the bloodstream, permeating the nervous system and accessing the body's recovery complex, the portion of the brain that holds the mapping of all human features. It immediately began rewriting the data, manipulating and convincing the body that the current features of the body needed to be changed, upgraded. Arg! Killian roared and his veins began glowing, as though liquid lava flowed through them. His skin, muscle, and skeletal system went through an overhaul, melting and burning before being reforged stronger, more efficient, and far, far deadlier. But this made the temperature of his body skyrocket so high, he looked like the sun, melting through the incline bed and slamming onto the floor below. Persist through the trials that fiercely shower, for within endurance blooms the path to power, a garbled yell rang out from the light cocoon accompanied by pained yells. Why on earth is he sprouting poems? Maya's eyes widened from behind the sunglasses as she watched the bulletproof wall and the reinforced floor began to melt due to the heat. Did it already happen? Arg! A. Eventually, the light cocoon began to recede as Killian's screams began to stop, being replaced by heavy pants. Killian? Maya asked tentatively, as the smoke dispersed, revealing a stark naked man slowly standing up on his perfectly balanced feet that were previously lopsided. The previously disfigured man now looked like a real-life Adonis, his practically perfect figure naked for the world to see. Unfortunately, not everything was roses and rainbows, as there was one thing that wasn't perfect about him. One tiny flaw that made Maya's eyes turn from joy to horror. His eyes. Ones that were on the cusp of spilling into insanity. Al Aldridge. Maya stuttered as she slowly backed her way to the exit. An animalistic growl escaped his throat, his insane pupils glowed bright orange as his feet dug into the ground, before blasting forward with tremendous speed. Boom! He vanished and reappeared before her, melting through the glass as quickly as melting putty. What are you doing? She squeaked as her skin began to blister at the heat. Once upon, now deemed expired, while time's cold touch quenches your fire, he snarled before his fist blurred and smashed through her stomach, ripping out her guts in a grandiose move. Maya's breath caught in her throat, doomed never to leave as the light vanished from her eyes. Why? She gasped as she collapsed in a pool of her own blood while her former colleague towered over her, his body wreathed in molten hot veins. Killian didn't bother paying attention to her words, madness continuing to consume his scattered mind. He took a deep breath before the temperature of his body began to climb again. The blood of the dragons is destined to be mine, burned it shall be, never to be thine, he snarled once more before letting loose a torrent of fire from his open mouth, burning his and Maya's life's work to the ground. The extremis formula was gone. The only key to it being his very own body. It would be his, and only his. Or will it? Am I a junkie? He asked as he stared at the two syringes before him before lightly slapping himself and picking up the gene lock serum. Questions for another time. He stood in a familiar abandoned room that was now coated in soot due to the fire he'd lit here. There was nothing flammable here other than the things he'd left to burn, which was why it didn't spread. Shink. Peter barely flinched as the needle pierced his forearm. The pain he'd gone through when adapting his genome made this look like a child's play. The liquid silently dispersed into his bloodstream without inducing pain or discomfort. A welcome change, he grinned before taking a deep breath and looking at the other serum that flickered a dangerous blood red. Now, for the finale, he whispered, the flame in his eyes rising up into an inferno. Chapter 21, A Reptilian Adventure. Peter placed the syringe back in the compartment and immediately convulsed, falling to one knee. He winced as heat began slowly flowing through his muscles, making them contract tightly before relaxing them slowly. Thump. 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 His heart began to beat faster as his body produced adrenaline in copious amounts, triggering his fight or flight response. Sweat poured down his face as he grit his teeth, enduring the discomfort that poured over him. Eventually, after 10 long seconds, the heat and pain began to recede, which made him a little confused. Damn, it's better than I thought, he thought in his head, watching the drop of blood seemingly vanish into thin air. Its half-life was accelerated so greatly that it degenerated into microparticles within seconds. Is this how we would all end up? Degenerating into nothingness? With nothing to remember us by, he thought, looking at the empty spot on the ground before glancing at the blood-red serum next to him. Not if I have something to say about it. He removed his spectacles before undressing and folding his clothes, placing them both to the side. He then rubbed his forearm and brought the syringe up to his eyes, making sure nothing was spilling out. He took one last deep breath before slipping the needle into his forearm and pushing the liquid into his bloodstream, the serum blending in with the red of his blood. The genome serum. The gene lock serum. The base of evolution. The biologically interfaced hormonal trigger. These were the steps that he'd carved to achieve the perfected lizard serum. Steps that he would climb up to his ascendance. Slam. A 1-ton barbell smashed into the pristine floor, faintly cracking it. Clap clap clap. Stop that, a familiar giant of a man growled as he wiped his forehead with a cloth. He stood in a large gym with black and grey walls and wore shorts, showing off his gigantic physique. Arms the size of barrels, a chest the size of a small child and a back that rippled with muscles. He stood at a commendable 6 feet 7 inches, the sheer strength oozing out of him thickening the atmosphere. If you say so, the man behind him shrugged, speaking with a thick Russian accent. He stood at 6 feet, which was impressive enough, but he still looked like a child before Kingpin. Yet, one would be a fool to glaze over him. His well-developed figure seemed to want to burst out of his shirt as his bulky arms lay crossed over his equally impressive chest. His posture was upright ramrod straight, akin to an arrow while his rugged but well-maintained beard that engulfed his chin pointed upward. A white, terrifying scar ran from his eye to his cheekbone, giving him something of a beastly presence as if he were an apex predator looking down on everyone and everything. Honestly, I don't understand why you bother, he said, his Russian accent bleeding through once more, before walking over to the barbell and shockingly, picking it up with one hand. I was amusing watching you struggle with this, he chuckled, spinning around the incredibly heavy weight as though it was a plastic bag while Kingpin watched him with a blank face. He threw the weight up and down, making the bar creak and groan before grabbing the bar with both his hands. I find you to be weak, he grinned before his triceps popped. RIP. The two sides of the barbell fell to either side of him as he tore through the bar as though it were paper. You're paying for that, Sergey. Kingpin looked away, unfazed as he headed to the shower. It will be deducted from the contract payment. I don't do it for the money, anyway, Sergey snorted and watched Kingpin slowly walk away. But at that moment, his ears twitched ever so slightly, making his head snap to the entrance. So, you don't mind if we don't pay you? A slightly high voice echoed in the gym as a short man walked in, 4 medium-sized stumps fixed onto his back. It's a nice bonus, Segri growled, his eyes narrowing. Why are you here? Kingpin boomed from near the exit, turning around and glaring at the short man. His eyes were dark brown, gleaming with a tinge of insanity and his hair was slightly messy. Krrrr. A lone tentacle extended out from behind his back, delicately placing a pair of sunglasses on the bridge of his nose while 2 others covered his small back with a long leather coat. To honor the agreement, he rolled his eyes before scratching his cheek with an unbothered expression. You wished to know when I left, so I'm here. I'm leaving for Killian. What? Kingpin boomed. I believed you wanted to make him come to you. Why go now? Too impatient. He's on his way, Otto grinned, making Kingpin's eyelid twitch. Bullshit. Kingpin growled. I have received no such information. Oh, you didn't hear about the madman who can melt metal and write poetry, hijacking a plane from California to New York City? He killed around 40 people while disfiguring 200. The police shot him 11 times and he barely flinched. They're calling him Vulcan. You lie, Kingpin denied the claim. My informant is trailing Killian as we speak. Ah. That psycho? The jack-o'-lantern. Otto smiled, the insanity increasing in his eyes. When's the last time you've heard from him? You know of him. That means you disposed of him. Kingpin spoke quietly, his demeanor turning unnaturally calm. Right yet again. You're doing great, you ape, Otto clapped as though he were at a game show before pointing at Sergey. Killed by his brother, in fact. The chameleon is the best infiltrator I could ever ask for. The Russian's initially indifferent face morphed into a frown as he glared at the 8-limbed doctor before glowering at Kingpin behind him. Dmitri works for you both? And you never told me. Segri grit his teeth at the behemoth, a primal aura emanating from his dangerous figure. Works for the slimy octopus, not me, Kingpin said without missing a beat and looked at Otto with emotionless eyes. I have very little information on his group, and vice versa. We even had an unspoken rule of not touching each other's teams. Unspoken. Not spoken, or written. Why? Why what? Why did you kill Jack? Fisk asked, his brows furrowing, looking confused. It achieves nothing. Perhaps you may delay my information network by a few days, but that's all. I was not stopping you from going after Killian either. Why damage your business partner for no reason? I allowed you to break the rules twice already, Otto. This is the third time. You asked me why I killed Jack. Otto chuckled, leaning back, allowing his mechanical limbs to hold him up. What? Did the chemical explosion foo *k up your ears, too? Segri snarled, his fingers digging into his biceps, still mad at Octavius for mentioning family. Shut up, dog, Octavius grumbled and looked at Kingpin. I killed him because I wanted to see how it would be like if the Jack-o'-lantern died the same way his victims do, his brain scooped out and a candle placed inside. Let me tell you, it was hilarious. Kingpin walked forward and placed a large hand on Sergi's shoulder, temporarily calming him down. You haven't been the same since you took the shit Killian gave you, have you? A techno-organic implant, was it? Fisk frowned. Otto's face morphed from sadistic joy to anger. I am the same. I upgraded it to control my arms perfectly. I can't go wrong. You have, Fisk affirmed. The Octavius I knew never killed without some profit to be made. He was someone with more arrogance than brains, yes, but he had some brains at the very least. You. Otto's eyes flared up in rage and a tentacle behind his back blurred, shooting at Fisk with the speed of a bullet. Bang! You dare call me a dog? Sergei roared as Octavius' tentacle fell limply to the side, a fist-sized imprint on its body. His fist steamed from the sheer amount of friction generated in the feat. Craven! Kingpin immediately roared, stopping Sergei from blasting forward and ripping Otto apart with his bare hands. He looked back at his temporary employer, his eyes as feral as they can be, glowing a light yellow while his pupils began to elongate. Why? He gave a guttural growl akin to a lion, but Kingpin stayed silent. Otto. Leave, Fisk said in an authoritative tone, his voice leaving no room for talking back. Foo *k you both. Octavius growled before his tentacles slammed into the ground before smashing into the door and carrying him outside. You'll let him walk all over you like that? Sergei questioned, his predatory eyes fixed on the broken door. Why didn't you let me kill him? Wilson Fisk merely gave him a wicked smile. Politics. Peter placed the syringe back in the compartment and immediately convulsed, falling to one knee. He winced as heat began slowly flowing through his muscles, making them contract tightly before relaxing them slowly. Thump. 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 His heart began to beat faster as his body produced adrenaline in copious amounts, triggering his fight-or-flight response. Sweat poured down his face as he grit his teeth, enduring the discomfort that poured over him. Eventually, after 10 long seconds, the heat and pain began to recede, which made him a little confused. I thought it would be more pie. Arg. A guttural roar tore through his throat as the sounds of bones cracking echoed in the empty room, like the shattering of delicate glass. His spine arched with pain and his irises turned a bright green as his mind began to expand, shattering the hard limits set by the human brain. Crack, crack, crack. Arg. An amalgamation of human and reptilian noises escaped his throat as his muscles tore, healed, and expanded at an accelerated rate. The pain was unlike anything he'd ever experienced, a searing agony that seemed to seep into his very soul. His fingers twitched as they extended into exceedingly sharp, claw-like appendages, his skin extending along with him, reddish-brown scales rippling on them, growing from his arm to crawling up his neck and his face before elongating into large spines that intertwined into thick armor. He could feel his teeth elongating, becoming edged and sharper, as his mouth extended into a snout-like shape. Each tooth felt like a white-hot needle was being shoved through his gums, to which he let out yet another guttural, agonized roar that echoed off the walls of the abandoned room. His spine arched once more, but more violently as his entire body underwent a grotesque metamorphosis. The cracking sounds intensified as his legs grew longer, his feet reshaping into powerful, clawed appendages that could rip through metal with ease. His torso and back expanded as his muscles bulged and contorted once more, adapting to his new form. His height shot up as his tailbone twisted and elongated, forming a long and sinuous tail that thrashed violently behind him. His once human eyes were now blood red, similar to the serum, the reptilian slits in his eyes glinting with a feral intensity that would send shivers down anybody's spine. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the pain ebbed away, replaced by a sense of exhilaration and strength. He stood to his full 9-foot form, which made his head scrape the ceiling while enjoying the incredible power that coursed through his muscles as he flexed, releasing thunderous snaps that sounded like gunshots. So many new sensations, he growled, his voice sounding much deeper with an almost metallic undertone, as though someone had dragged a razor against a piece of stone. End of arc. Chapter 22, Powered List. So many new sensations, he growled, his voice sounding much deeper with an almost metallic undertone, as though someone had dragged a razor against a piece of stone. His head was draconic, filled with enough razor-sharp teeth to rip through flesh and metal alike, while his blood-red pupils glinted with intelligence that surpassed his human form. He could feel more. It was as though his brain had evolved along with his body. His mind seemed to have been given more hardware, allowing him to process far more information than normal. It was as though he had a personalized computer in his draconic head, which made him perceive everything more slowly. The tiny fly buzzing past him moved in slow motion as the dust particles in the air seemed to be suspended in time. Bloob. A tiny lizard on the ceiling jumped forward, catching the tiny fly in its mouth before attempting to scuttle away, but the moment it did, it froze. Peter raised his clawed, scaly hand, palm facing upwards before the lizard turned around and jumped on it, placing the fly on his hand and staring at him with blank eyes. Fascinating, he thought. He could feel the wall lizard's mind as clear as day, and that wasn't all. He could feel dozens of other reptilian species in a 4-mile radius that he could take control of. Garden lizards, wall lizards, small snakes, iguanas, and so on. He could even sense a hazy human mind in the distance, one that he couldn't control, but instead temporarily devolve into a lizard brain, instilling a flight or fight response. He willed the lizard to stick to the paint once more and scurry along the moldy ceiling before escaping through a small crack between the wall. I knew it, he thought to himself as the lizard transmitted what it saw. The human woman was frantically screaming on her mobile, while repeatedly yelling the word, monster. He'd expected this as he had roared in pain during the transformation. After all, any sane human would freak out when hearing that. I need to figure out what I can and can't do. Quickly, he gave a low growl that emanated from the bottom of his chest before swiping his claws at the floor below. Shink. Boom. The entirety of the floor exploded into 5 large, cleanly cut pieces, which made Peter's eyes widen. He instinctively looked for something to grab before he fell, and a clawed hand sank into the wall next to him while the ground below him collapsed into a large sewer. I need to gain a hold of my new strength, he thought in trepidation as he saw his clothes and bag get ripped to shreds while the woman outside began screaming. He felt 8 other minds enter his mental field beelining to his position at great speed, whom he assumed were the police. Well, actions have consequences, he grunted to himself before letting go of the wall and falling into the murky water. He had no intention of being caught so soon. Snap. Foo *k. Peter swore as his last pencil broke in half the moment he lost control. He sat at his desk in his base form, glaring at the glorified wooden stick. He wore clean clothes after scrubbing himself down for an hour, which made Aunt May a little concerned. He didn't mind crawling in the sewers back to his house in Form 2 as his armor kept the muck from touching his skin, but that wasn't the case when he converted himself back to his base form. Just then, a garden lizard climbed up to his window, scurried over to his desk before picking up the broken pencil and dumping it in the bin next to him. Thanks, he muttered as the lizard gave him a silent chirp and scuttled away out the window. He then looked down at the pages of notes he'd made about his new abilities. His usual pristine handwriting was now more wavy and choppy, a side effect of his inability to control his strength. Sighing, he reached out to a drawer and pulled out Uncle Ben's lighter that he'd nicked. The notes were merely a force of habit from years of writing pre-lab and post-lab after every laboratory session. He wasn't going dumb enough to leave it lying around. It would rest as ashes. Click. Report. The perfected lizard serum was everything I dreamed of and more. This suggests that the genome adaptation serum worked, and my amygdala was not affected in the slightest. I retain perfect control of myself, and my decisions are mine and mine alone, yet, I have pointed out a few changes that may be slightly worrying, or not at all. Observations. Form 2 height, 275.56 centimeters. Form 2 weight, 231 kilograms, estimated. BS, before serum, base form height, 180.34 centimeters. BS base form weight, 71.2 kilograms. As, after serum, height, 183.2 centimeters. As base form weight, 74.3 kilograms. Form 2. Blood red reptilian pupils. Reddish-brown armor. Sinuous, controllable tail that can be detached. As base form. Increased height. Increased weight. Increased muscle mass. Occasional iris changes to blood red and reptilian pupils. Green iris when in states of hyperfocus and excitement, while reptilian eyes when angered or stressed. Both are controllable. My mind has been enhanced in every possible parameter. A good analogy would be that the software was relatively untouched, while my hardware underwent a gigantic overhaul. I seem to be more inclined to subscribe to concepts of predator and prey, with me being the former, the strong and the weak, and similar concepts. I still doubt whether the serum was responsible for my increased propensity to these subjects, or was it always inside me all along? Did gaining power alter my mindset? Did it awaken me to perspectives that I never considered or experienced? Results of Project Lizard on subject Peter Benjamin Parker. Most are deduced via blood work, while others are via first-hand experience. Enhanced regeneration. The subject can regrow an arm within 3 seconds in Form 2 and within 9 seconds in base form. Enhanced strength. The subject can exert a lifting weight of over 32 tons in Form 2 and a lifting force of 10.56 tons in base form. Enhanced speed. The subject can exert a continuous top speed of 30 meters per second in Form 2 while exerting short bursts of 60 meters per second at the cost of stamina. Can exert a continuous speed of 20 meters a second in base form. Enhanced durability. The full extent of the subject's biological armor is unknown, but it can easily withstand bullets and a grenade without any visible damage in Form 2. In base form, blunt damage is greatly reduced, while sharper objects and bullets can penetrate the body easily. Enhanced stamina. The serum reduces the amount of fatigue toxins produced in the body, while the regeneration takes care of the rest. On paper, the subject can run forever if provided with the necessary energy sources, but it is yet to be determined. Theoretically, continuously using the short bursts of energy would deplete the subject's stamina before being regenerated. Base form can run indefinitely due to human anatomy being optimized for long distance. Enhanced eyesight. Possesses an incredibly high concentration of cone cells, allowing enhanced visual acuity. Improved night vision. Wider range of vision due to the eyes being placed at either side if the head, not present in base form. Increased depth perception and higher flicker fusion frequency, ability to perceive rapid movement more clearly. Enhanced reflexes. Enhanced, but the limit is still unknown. Adhesive touch. Gecko contact with surfaces or objects with the subject's skin can create van der Waals forces as they come into contact with surfaces. These forces are the result of temporary imbalances in the distribution of electrons, causing positive and negative charges to develop in adjacent molecules. This results in a powerful, attractive force. Biological armor. Thorny devil. The serum influenced the structure of the epidermis, the outermost layer of skin. This leads to the development of specialized skin cells that produce keratin-rich structures, similar to the thorny devil's spines. These keratin structures harden and fuse, forming protective armor. The properties of the armor are numerous. Environmental sensors. These sensors would enable the armor to respond to external conditions, such as temperature, humidity, or the presence of certain substances, by altering its structure or coloration. KDD, kinetic distribution design. The modified genes could influence the growth of the armor's spines in a specific arrangement that optimizes energy distribution. The spines are designed to form interconnected patterns, resembling a series of interlocking plates or scales. This arrangement would help disperse the force of impacts across a wider area. Flexible junctions, moisture response, temperature sensitivity are also present. Partial venom control. Gila monster. The serum induces the development of certain venom glands near the hands and the mouth. Neurological signals control the Gila monster's venom, and in the subject's case, the modifications enable him to tap into his nervous system to modulate the venom production process. Chameleon-derived shifting. The subject's skin and armor contain enhanced chromatophores that can manipulate pigments to change the color of their skin. Moreover, there are unique cells called clothiocytes, that are responsible for retaining a memory of the clothing worn in the base form. This is done via microscopic pores that are capable of analyzing the texture, pattern, and colors of their clothing. Combined with the enhanced regeneration, this can rapidly produce dead skin that would be instantly fashioned into clothing with a similar texture due to the enhanced chromatophores while in base form. Brain evolution, unable to point out the limits due to technological limits. Enhanced processing power, complete control over reptilian organisms in a 4-mile range, and ability to turn on the lizard brain in humans. Danger sense, a significantly enhanced version of every organism's primordial instinct. It is an extremely watered-down version of the spy-day sense. The serum seems to have enhanced both Form 2 and the base form, with the base form having limited forms of enhanced regeneration, strength, speed, reflexes, stamina, chameleon-derived shifting, only generating clothes, adhesive touch, and the complete brain evolution. This meant that I could match, and slightly surpass Gwen in terms of strength and stamina while still falling short in the others in my base form. Of course, I could curb stomp her and the rogue gallery in Form 2, but that was a given. Peter watched as the papers in his hands burned down to his fingers, turning into ash that dissipated out the window. He looked at the time, which was 8:30 p.m. I don't need to sleep anyway, he mentally shrugged before going back to carefully controlling his strength not to break everything he touched. Ring. 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 His head snapped to the phone beside him that displayed Gwen as the contact. With incredible care, he extended a finger before picking up the phone using his adhesive touch. He then answered the call using his nose. Peter. Did you listen to the news today? No. Was kinda busy. Oh. So you don't know about the monster in our street and Shakespeare who spits fire? What? Chapter 23, Supervising Shaw. What? Yeah, you remember the abandoned factory a few streets away that we used to play in when we were kids? I do. You're telling me that there's a monster in there? Allegedly. A woman claimed to have heard monster roars. I even checked it out after the police went away. The bottommost floor collapsed into the sewer. Did she mistake the floor collapsing as the roar of a monster? Peter questioned, holding up the phone with a finger, his tone quite convincing. Dunno. Maybe, but that isn't the craziest part. There are rumors of an insane man who can breathe fire hijacking a plane from California to New York. It's said he speaks in rhymes. What? A man who can breathe fire? Peter frowned, going through the many possibilities of a terrorist who was a pyrokinetic. Pyro? Firebrand? Dragon Man? Killian? But none of them speak in rhymes. Was it some more of the alternate universe foo * carry? It's said he had heated his body to melt through steel. He burned through people's faces with that, he's a psycho, and the plane is landing in a few hours. I really want to go beat him up. No, don't. The authorities will take care of it. Hundreds of armed soldiers are probably on their way already. Don't expose yourself so soon, Gwen. Your suit isn't ready either, he shook his head while his mind went through the possibilities. With the given information, the only plausible person was Killian, but this was way sooner than the MCU. He already knew about A.I.M as it was a minor company that dealt with genetics but was outdone in every way by Oscorp, but he didn't think that Killian would snap so soon. Fine. But you better come for dinner next Saturday. Else I'm going back to beating up the bad guys. I'll be there. I promised you, did I not? He sighed, and he could have sworn he heard the words dense idiot through the phone before she hung up. He placed his phone back down before narrowing his eyes. If it really was Killian, then he had to get his hands on him. After all, Extremis was arguably the greatest achievement of mankind. It was easy to assume that Killian had gone insane, as he would never do something as stupid as hijacking a plane in broad daylight and spew poetry while doing it. It was either that, or it wasn't Killian in the first place. He slowly got up from his chair and headed to his room door, taking measured steps to prevent himself from smashing through the wood. The sky was overcast as its grey body ambled across the heavens. The aforementioned clouds muffled the sun's rays, but enough pierced through to give the scarcely populated streets of London pleasant weather. A slight drizzle of rain wet the cobbled streets while the people who walked to and fro carried umbrellas. An eternal grumpy expression stuck to their faces, as though they were tired of the recurring weather that many foreigners would consider welcome. Many wore coats as they passed the small shops, and cars occasionally sped by. It seemed like an ordinary day, but a woman sitting on a sidewalk bench seemed utterly out of place. The first thought that would occur in anybody's mind when looking at her would be that she was incredibly beautiful. It didn't help that her odd outfit was designed to be as seductive as possible, revealing her shoulders, torso, and a good portion of her long and graceful legs. The neckline of the pure white dress was anything but modest, while the short sleeves that rested just above the elbows were adorned with small, transparent crystals, allowing her freedom of movement. The entire form-fitting dress molded her bountiful curves with precision, highlighting her hourglass figure and portraying an air of confidence and control. A large, white fur cloak flowed down from her shoulders, giving her a regal air that would mesmerize any man, but oddly, nobody noticed the goddess in human form. People walked past her as though she were an inanimate object that needed no attention, but the small smile that danced on her perfect face revealed that she expected such treatment. In fact, it seemed as though she had orchestrated it. Even the rain that threatened to drench everyone slid off an invisible barrier above her, implying that she was an individual with power. More than just the monetary or political kind. Her blonde hair swayed in the scarce wind as her blue irises studied the dull sky above. Zing! Her eyes twitched at the familiar noise before relaxing. "Shaw," she said, back to her near-lazy demeanor. "Frost," a deep voice emanated from the large man who suddenly stepped out from behind the bench. He was quite evidently middle-aged with an appearance that would be hard to forget. A long, sharp, and angular goatee that traced his chin to his sideburns, covering most of his face, while a thin, neatly trimmed mustache sat above his upper lip. His attire was what many would describe as pompous, a well-tailored reddish-black suit whose edges were laced with golden threads, pants fashioned with exotic material costly enough to make many a small business bankrupt. His boots were similarly fashioned, polished to the extreme and coated with silver. He had an imposing frame, his muscles well-trained, a wide chest, and a height of 6'2". "You used the relay?" "It isn't like you," Frost said, looking at a young couple walking by. An invisible mental pulse emanated from her, and the man unconsciously wrapped his arm around his girlfriend's waist. "I have to switch things up a bit. Running all the way gets tiring after a while," Shaw answered, fixing his tie, but his eyes, which were usually sharp and calculating, leered at the woman's chest. That very instant, his eyes glazed over before he raised his hand and slapped his face with all his superhuman power. Whoosh! His palm's sheer strength made the steel pole next to them bend, but when it made contact with his skin, it seemed to lose all strength. The titanic strength that he displayed seemed to fizzle out into a small tap. "What in the—" Shaw stuttered before glaring at Frost. "We agreed that you wouldn't touch my mind." "But my eyes were up here," Frost pouted, turning around and giving him a playful smile. "You shouldn't be dressing like that if you don't want people to look, Emma. You shouldn't be waltzing about with your mind open like that if you don't want people to peek, Sebastian." Shaw looked at her blankly before breaking into a smile displaying pearly white teeth. "I missed you," she whispered before sitting up and grabbing his tie in a smooth move. Before he could protest, she enveloped his mouth in a deep kiss, transforming his dissent into a muffled yell. Their tongues intertwined while electric sensations traveled through them both. He quickly got over his surprise before reciprocating the kiss with his very soul, knowing very well that he was a lucky man. Her hand slipped around his neck, pulling him closer while Shaw's arms closed around her hips, partially lifting her owing to his height. A low moan escaped Emma's throat when they parted before she leaned her body on him, enjoying being enveloped in his well-built arms. "I missed you too," Shaw gave her a genuine smile before patting her head that was buried in his shoulder. He closed his eyes, savoring the moment before sighing and extracting himself from an annoyed Emma Frost. "While I would love to catch up, we have a job to do. As one of the many leaders of the inner circle, we have a duty to fulfill. Relationships come second." Emma's eyes narrowed and made Shaw slap himself for the second time, which his mutant power thwarted once more. "You could have said it in a way that didn't make you look like such an ass," she huffed, attempting to fold her hands across her chest, but failing. "I remember quite vividly that you liked men who were upfront and honest," he smiled, flicking the pole which made it stand up straight once more. Her pouting face split into a sly smile once more and motioned a finger toward her, psionically moving Shaw forward. "Come here, you." She bit her bottom lip and moved for another kiss, but was unfortunately interrupted. "BAMF." Shaw and Frost jumped back in surprise and looked at the source of the noise before them. 3 people knelt before them, a faint smell of brimstone hanging off them. They all looked different. The one on the far left was clearly female with white, almost blinding, hair and grey pupils that matched the clouds above. The one on the far right seemed to be the opposite of the previously mentioned woman. He was the embodiment of every emo kid ever. A mop of black hair covered a part of his face, while his equally black lips and eyes stood out on his pale face. He looked as though he would keel over and die any second. The third, and the final person didn't look human whatsoever. He was almost demonic looking, with only 3 digits on each hand, 2 toes on his feet and a long 3-6 prehensile tail. That wasn't the worst of it, as his body was covered in blue fur-like hairs while his canines were more pronounced and his ears were pointed. He was even panting, as though he'd just ran a marathon before teleporting the 2 people here. Perhaps it was the act of teleporting itself that tired him out. "We greet the inner circle," they chanted, not daring to raise their heads. They were supposed to come earlier, Emma grumbled in Shaw's head, who was hurriedly straightening his slightly wrinkled suit. She looked like a completely different person, her chin now pointed up, displaying her arrogance for the world to see, while her passive mental pressure pressed down on the people before her, making them feel as though they were in a bowl of thick soup. "You are punctual. That is appreciated," Shaw finally said, breaking the silence, but the newcomers didn't move a single hair, to which he gave a smile of satisfaction, enjoying the feeling of power. "Do I need to debrief you on the mission?" "No, Your Highness," the woman on the left said, still staring at the ground. "Sir will suffice." "Yes, sir." Shaw grinned and lightly clapped his hands. "I'll give you a brief overview anyway, as I do not wish for anyone to conveniently forget what is important and what's not. If they do," his eyes lit up in sadistic glee, "they'll be disposed of." An involuntary shudder passed through all of them, which they quickly ceased. "This mission's primary objective is to retrieve the body of an Aldrich Killian, preferably alive, whose little project we funded." Shaw began circling the people with his hands clasped behind his back. "Unfortunately, we made a mistake in trusting that fool and his lover as he prematurely took the serum he was working on, going insane. Now, the madman's on a flight that's heading to New York City, which is on complete lockdown. Interested?" Shaw grinned as though the people had a choice. "I haven't gotten to the best part yet." The newcomers trembled once more. "I'll be personally supervising this mission." Chapter 24, Players Ponder. "I'll be personally supervising this mission," Shaw exclaimed, spreading his arms apart as though waiting for a standing ovation. The mutants before him looked at each other with equal parts excitement and fear. The White King himself was taking part in the mission. On one hand, they could be re-educated for failure or not meeting expectations. On the other hand, they were under the pseudo-protection of a White King of the inner circle. Shaw grinned, enjoying the trepidation that swirled in their eyes, but quickly frowned when he saw almost no emotion in the demonic-looking mutant. He merely stared at the ground, a light, almost imperceptible tremble enveloping his figure. "You!" Shaw flicked the mutant's head, sending him tumbling on his behind. "You're Azazel's mongrel, aren't you?" The mutant looked at him with trembling red eyes before squeaking out a yes. "The traitor?" Emma questioned from the side, her voice literally drilling into everyone's heads. "You're the one whose mind I had to go through." "Nightcrawler? One of Xavier's?" "Xavier's? Why wasn't I informed of this?" Shaw's brows furrowed. He was only aware that the Hellfire Club had acquired one of Azazel's many bastards, one that excelled in teleportation. He had no clue that he was once a part of that pacifist Xavier's group. "You were too busy searching for the evolutionaries to bother reading the information," Emma telepathically informed him. "Ah!" Shaw mentally sighed, a little miffed. He was known for his intelligence, after all. "Well, it doesn't matter," he waved it off before glaring at Nightcrawler once more. "You're the taxi service once we take the relay to New York City. It's your job to bring us all to the airport the moment the damned plane lands. You clear?" "Why yes, sir." "Good," Shaw growled and stared at all of them. "I do not wish for this mission to fail, as I have a great interest in that serum. If it were not for that, I wouldn't have bothered coming with you knights. I'd have other pressing matters to attend." "You're still hung up about the secondary mutation after all these years?" Emma mentally chuckled, still holding her poker face. "I know I can absorb more than just kinetic energy, Emma. Extremis is the key to that. Moreover, the heat generated via the serum could be a source of energy for me," he thought in his head, knowing Emma would be reading his surface thoughts. "If you say so." Emma gave him a mental shrug before examining Nightcrawler's brain once more. One could never be too sure, after all. A mental pulse emanated from her head, which easily penetrated the mutant's psyche, bombarding her with his current thoughts and life story. It was a sad one that many a mutant had gone through. Abandoned as a child, years of being called a freak, exploited, used then discarded before being accepted into one of the few surviving mutant organizations. She watched as Kurt Wagner, his actual name, was accepted by the benign professor and manipulated by him. He was discriminated against for his appearance and shunned for his connection to the Brimstone dimension. It was easy to see why he jumped ship, but something didn't feel right. Not only was the professor known to be more accepting, but Nightcrawler's mind was a bit robotic, as though his thoughts didn't flow all that smoothly. Well, he is Azazel's son, she rubbed her chin, looking all the more elegant. No matter how much she tried, she couldn't come close to piercing Azazel's mind. He was just too chaotic. Did that influence Kit's mind too? Was Xavier really that cruel? We'd better get going, Shaw unknowingly interrupted Emma's thought process after looking at his watch. He then turned around and walked around the bench, standing on an almost invisible silver circle. It was carefully designed not to draw attention if one wasn't specifically looking for it. The three mutants slowly got up and walked over to Shaw before standing behind him, making sure to stand in the aforementioned circle. Are you sure you don't wish to come? Shaw thought. I'm not the one who has nothing else to do in the inner circle. The Black King is acting up again, attempting to turn most of the members into mutant supremacists. I need to go and have a look at that. It's bad for business. If that's the case, I'll see you later as a much more powerful being. You like poetry, don't you? That was pretty funny. Shaw and Emma gave each other small smiles, getting lost in each other's eyes as the circle began to activate. At that very moment, Kit's shaking and trembling pupils suddenly became clear and focused, before he closed his eyes. Clink. Pop. He methodologically broke the intricately placed mental barriers that were thin and subtle enough to go over Emma's head, in a specific pattern that he'd discussed with the professor. They were akin to a web. Turned, twisted, and circled to accomplish its goal perfectly, to allow Kurt to project fake thoughts and, as stupid as it sounds, to send a message. The barriers were a work of art, and breaking them was almost a shame. Clink. Pop. Tap. A silvery sheen enveloped the small team of mutants as the barriers were systematically broken, alerting a man a continent away. We'll be back with the extremists, or not at all, Shaw growled when the light became blinding. Zing. Ah. A man jerked awake in a large office, startling another, bigger man next to him. He was casually dressed, in jeans and a checkered shirt whose collar was folded the wrong way owing to his odd sleeping position. A bird's nest of black hair lay tousled on his head while a stubby, unkempt beard covered his chin. He sat on a comfortable chair before a giant oak desk that was neatly arranged. Even the room he was in was simplistically, but lavishly decorated. Expensive rugs, chandeliers, collections of expensive precious stones, and an odd helmet that sat next to him. He looked precisely how James McAvoy would look if he didn't shave and had a bad day's sleep. The other man who sat in a similar chair at the other end of the table. The first thing that one would notice when placing their eyes on him for the very first time is that he was a bit wild. Large, thick sideburns extended down until his jawline, which merged with his mutton chops garnished by a bit of chin hair. The shirt that wrapped around him could barely contain his figure, threatening to burst out at any moment. What is it? The man questioned, but the smaller man seemed not to hear him, his eyes closed, as though he was listening intently. Charles? He asked in a softer voice, his body tensing, his back slowly lowering into a feral hunch. Charles kept his eyes closed for a few more moments before he jumped out of his chair and grabbed a piece of paper and a pen. You know telepathy's a thing, right? He said, watching Charles begin scribbling on the aforementioned paper. Ain't no need for old school note passin' with that brain of yours. Shut up, Logan, Charles sighed before carefully marking dots and dashes along with a few slashes. What's with the Morse code? You aren't old enough to think that's the way we write, do you? Logan grinned, showing a bit of his canines before scuttling across the bench and reading what Charles had written. Dash slash. Slash, straight face, dash. 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 Dash dash slash. Dash. Dash dash. Dash dash. Dash. Kurt sent me this, Charles muttered, finishing the last dot. Oh, that's what this was. Logan's eyes widened before becoming completely serious. What's the message say? I take too long. It says. Charles's voice trailed off for a second as his brain deciphered it at inhuman speed. Shaw is coming. Airport. Extremis. Sebastian Shaw, airport, hey. Logan narrowed his eyes. Foo *K. Is he gunning for the superhuman terrorist? That's not good news. There isn't a clear motive, which means that we don't have all the information, Charles muttered before frowning. But what's that word supposed to mean? Extremis? That isn't one of the code words we set up. Did Kurt Fu *K up the Morse code? Logan speculated, scratching his cheek in thought. Perhaps. It is indeed a hard language to memorize, especially when he has to break specific barriers instead of merely flashing a torch, but I believe it could be the key to figuring out why Shaw is interested in the fiery reincarnation of Shakespeare. Logan nodded before sighing to himself, brainstorming isn't my thing anyway. You do your thing, and I'll put together a team. I'll be there in 10 minutes, Charles nodded, adjusting his collar. We don't have much time. Whoa, hold on, Logan paused at the exit and looked at Charles as though he was dumb. We need you here at the school. They'll be defenseless if you come with us. Ororo is here. She's powerful enough, Charles frowned, standing up and dusting his jeans. She's pretty damn powerful, but telepaths are people whom you do not want to mess with. Trust me, I know. Logan's eyes briefly flashed with anger as his past temporarily resurfaced, akin to acid reflux. We need you both here. She's the muscle and you're the brains. I do not want to see kids die anymore. Fine. But are you sure you'll be able to handle Shaw? It'll take me seconds to take care of him. You're taking a dumb risk here, Xavier sighed, sitting back down and slumping on his chair. A calculated one. You being here will make my heart rest easy, I'll figure it out. Logan grinned once more before opening the door, revealing a large hallway with a couple of young adolescents walking to and fro. They all die the same. Chapter 25, Players Prepare. Peter carefully headed down the steps, his hold over his strength strengthening after each passing second. He walked down to the hall and found Aunt May sitting on a table with a uniform with the letters F.E.A.S.T embroidered on it. She was on a video call with a man who looked distinctly East Asian, animatedly talking to him about the charity. Meanwhile, Uncle Ben, who seemed to have just come back from work, was cooking dinner. He looked up the moment Peter entered his vision and grinned. I swear to God, you seem to grow taller every time I see you. Did I? Peter frowned, acting confused. Maybe I did. To be young again. Uncle Ben sighed. One day you can shrug off tumbling down the stairs, and before you know it, you're old and your body screams at you for getting up in the morning. Old people problems, I see. Peter walked over and grabbed an apple from the refrigerator before biting into it. Well, they say age is just a number, but I guess they forgot to mention that number comes with a few extra zeros. Ha! Ben fake grumbled before smiling. So, how'd your day go? Went as well as I could have hoped, Peter shrugged, inhaling half the apple with a few bites. I heard Gwen comes over far more often, Ben gave him a knowing grin. Anything I should know? Not yet, he mumbled with a mouthful of apple flesh. May have some good news in a week, though. Keep your fingers crossed. Then I wish you the best of luck. She's a good kid, Ben chuckled, placing the mashed potatoes to the side. George and I are rooting for you. Mr. Stacy is? Really? Oh yeah, Ben nodded, grabbing the salt shaker. Got him to admit it after a few drinks. He turns into a different person after that. He's a lightweight, you know. That's surprising. He looks like he'd put the pub out of business. Looks can be deceiving, Ben chortled before pushing the salted potatoes forward and looking up at Peter. Want some? Not right now, Peter politely refused, throwing the apple rind into the dustbin. I'm heading out for a bit. Can you save me some in the fridge? You're heading out? Ben immediately stopped what he was doing and looked at Peter as though he'd gone mad. You know how it is out there? Everybody's gone mad. The riots, looting, you name it. The airports, nowhere is safe. Of course, I've heard about it, but I'll steer clear of those areas, trust me, Peter put on his most convincing voice. It really didn't matter if he didn't get the permission, as he'd go out either way, but getting permission was always better. Fewer questions asked. Ben's worried expression faltered as he looked at May, who sat at the other end of the hall. You do know that your aunt will murder me if I let you go, right? I'll cook dinner for the next week, Peter offered. 3 weeks, Ben countered. You're ripping me off. He quietly exclaimed. 1.5. 2. Deal, Peter sighed, holding out his hand, which Uncle Ben grabbed with a smile on his face. Nice doing business with you, Parker. Oh, shut up. Tension and anger thickened the air as throngs of people filled the streets and roads near the airports of New York City. The plane was landing in only one of the airports, but humans were stupid. People from all walks of life held billboards that were plastered with numerous slogans and posters. Power without accountability is tyranny. Foo *K the President. We want answers. Foo *K the Vice President too. Protect our streets, not super feats. Foo *K the Queen of England. Why nuke Nagasaki? Nuke them soups. Yells of pain and anger echoed in New York City as citizens pushed against the blockades around the airports while hundreds of policemen and women stood behind the temporary walls decked from head to toe in riot gear. Helicopters flew around the large airports whose insides were evacuated and empty. The army waited around the perimeter of the specific airport, waiting for the plane to land to flood it. There were talks about shooting the plane down before it got to the city, but the surviving passengers on board and the super-terrorist insisting that he wished to land the plane made them stay their hands. Of course, they were still primed and ready. I do not wish to crash the plane, you see. Instead, I'll burn buildings down personally. Is what he said using the pilot's communication equipment. They would rather not kill the surviving 100 passengers if they could help it, but if the plane seemed to show signs of deviating from its course, it would be obliterated in the air with SAMs, anti-aircraft missiles and more, passengers be damned. 4 invisible figures, each one holding the other's hand, slowly made their way past the initial blockade. If one could see them, they would believe them to be family. A large, well-built man was being led by a short, young girl with loose brown hair and hazel pupils while holding onto a similarly aged high school boy with black hair and icy blue eyes. They all wore similar black suits with a small, yellow X symbol at their waist. They hate us, don't they? The boy whispered, looking back at the crazed rioters practically foaming at the mouth, while the police trying their hardest to keep them away. Let Kitty focus, bub. We can talk after the mission, Logan whispered back, the sounds of the rioters muffling their own. But I'm right, aren't I? Why do we even help them? The boy grumbled. They would have succeeded in lynching me if it weren't for the professor. The humans hate us. We are humans, Bobby, Kitty whispered in the front, keeping her concentration so as to not accidentally reveal everybody. Her mutant power was the ability to phase through objects, and with practice, and the help of the professor, she'd gained the ability to allow other people to phase with her as well. Currently, she was phasing Logan, one of her mentors, and Bobby, Robert Drake, with her, allowing all forms of light to pass through them, effectively turning them invisible. Mutants. That's what we are, Bobby countered, following Logan and Kitty, who carefully maneuvered them through the throngs of the police and the army to reach the entrance of the gigantic airport. How are we able to see anything, anyway? If photons are passing through us, then it wouldn't be able to reflect off our eyes, effectively Mac. Shut up. You'll reveal our position, Logan growled, stepping over a soldier and looking up at the enormous walls of the airport. It looked abandoned, cars were nowhere to be seen, and the greenery surrounding it looked dull. The large trucks and vehicles of the military and the soldiers walking the perimeter made it look like a giant prison. Why does Shaw want that terrorist? Is it revenge or something else? What about the word extremis? What's its significance? Logan pondered as he saw soldiers readying their guns while looking at their watches. Whatever it is, I'm not letting Shaw get his hands on him. That terrorist will be mine. Meanwhile, in one of the airport's many bathrooms, the surprisingly clean floor began to tremble. Small cracks neatly made a circle around the toilet before getting pushed upward to the ceiling, revealing 2 large, mechanical, metal tentacles holding it up. It extended upward silently before depositing the large circle with the toilet to the side, uncovering a large hole that evidently led to the sewers. Krrr. With a near-silent hum, 2 other tentacles extended out from the hole, bringing up a short man encased in a metallic suit covering his body from head to toe. Unfortunately, it was also slathered in muck and shit. Tiny octopus-shaped robots climbed down his body and out of the bathroom. They would act as scouts and trackers. He had prepared for this for a long time, and he would not fail, not like he had with the reactor. Killian will be mine. BAMF. Shaw and his team appeared in an empty aeroplane in the middle of one of the airports. The scent of brimstone washed over the many seats as he looked behind him, looking at 2 woozy individuals and Nightcrawler who lay splayed on the floor, exhausted. He had teleported 4 people continuously for 2 miles to escape scrutiny, which exhausted him to no end. Of course, Olivia could do the distance, but not the quantity, Shaw thought while looking at the woman with pure white hair and grey eyes. She had pale skin, but it was nothing compared to the emo kid next to her. Her shadow jump, while useful, leaves much to be desired. Extremis would serve her well. Olivia was one of the few mutants whose powers were situational. She could jump from shadow to shadow with no known limit, becoming nearly intangible while applying her power. But the more often she did it, the more it tired her out, and she could only jump to shadows that she could clearly see. She couldn't, for instance, jump to one of the craters of the moon by looking at the night sky. On the other hand, the emo kid, Harold, had powers related to light. Well, a twisted version. He could suck out a person's life force, which manifested as armor created from light. The more life force he sucked out of people, the stronger said armor grew, although it dissipated after a while. There was a limit, as it seemed to strain him every time he did so. I could do it without them, but it always better to be prepared. Olivia is my escape card, while Harold would be the distraction. He looked out of the window, at the night sky. The plane would land in an hour and he would finally get his hands on the thing he'd been funding for years. Killian will be mine. The sun had set hours ago, covering New York City in darkness, but the rioters seemed to have inhuman amounts of endurance, some even deciding to sit before the police and have their dinner. The officers of the law had orders to arrest people only after the terrorist threat had been dealt with, thus they could do nothing but watch as the assaulting pieces of shit happily ate while they stood for hours on end. While the police bemoaned their fate and the rioters regained their energy, a large shape traversed the rooftops, effectively invisible to even the helicopters. It carefully avoided the lights and seemed to take the background's color and texture, making it impossible to spot in the dead of the night. Peter's muscles could finally show their true power as he traveled from rooftop to rooftop at dizzying speeds. His previously reddish-brown armor was perpetually changing colors while his powerful muscles released their latent power, making him run at dizzying speeds. His incredible brain mapped the terrain and landmarks, deducing a perfect method to infiltrate the heavily fortified airport while his streamlined body cut through the air like a knife. He jumped from roof to roof, somersaulted from building to building, and squeezed his giant form through alleys with inhuman flexibility, while using his tail to help make incredibly fast turns to finally reach the airport. This is totally not what I expected, he thought as he snuck past a large group of soldiers that were checking their guns and watches. Eyes, making. Peter's reptilian slits narrowed as his head snapped to the side, to the voice coming from seemingly nowhere. He looked around once more but couldn't see much of anything. Even his enhanced vision couldn't pierce through the veil, which made him begin doubting whether he'd actually heard it. He then looked to the ground and spotted multiple faint depressions in the shape of footsteps that humans would find hard to see, heading toward the airport. They stopped for a while before continuing towards it. He watched what seemed to be 3 people escape the scrutiny of the law just like he had. Third parties. Peter's pupils narrowed further before numerous possibilities whirred through his mind. It was hard to be certain that this universe was quite different from any of the others. Change of plans. His large figure disappeared into the darkness, the black cloaking his very existence, a faint growl leaving his reptilian throat. Killian will be mine.
Thanks for listening.